that allowed them to like build a moon base and an Antarctic base and a Mars base or some shit. And that there are really human animal hybrids on Mars or some shit, and that he's been right about that this whole time.
Well, okay, that's a bit like out there, and maybe that's true. More likely though, and probably actually true in reality, is companies like General Motor or General Electric or like these like old companies that have vested interest in current technology in order to perpetually make money, like companies like Shell or other oil companies that have a vested interest in continually using oil instead of other potential methods. And then when someone invents something new that's better or more efficient or whatever it is, they buy it up and then they bury it. So they buy up all the technology around it, they buy up the patents, and then they just never use it. They put it in their file locker or whatever.
Did you know that there's an engine that would run on cum? They actually designed it, and then they bought the patent, and now you can't get a car that runs on semen. It's very sad.
Well, I don't know how sad that is, but
Ford,
like everything out of your mouth. Go on.
I was going to say Ford. It's not really highly publicized, but if you look it up, they have the patents on hydrogen cells that actually make it mass producible currently.
Well, that's the thing that I always thought that we should be using for vehicles, cars, trucks, whatever, is hydrogen. Because what is the vapor from burning hydrogen? It's water.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen?
You're not polluting the fucking planet by putting water in the atmosphere unless you're fucking insane. So I guess the only problem is like transportation of it and production and like if you get in an accident, is it safe? That kind of stuff. But that technology can be figured out. They just need to do it.
Well, have you ever seen a hydrogen fuel cell go bad? Was my question, because they kind of explode.
Well, I mean, there's technologies that have it's basically like a porous rock that is able to absorb hydrogen in like massive quantities. And then if the outer tank, the shell of the fucking gas tank gets ruptured and it goes to 0 atmospheres, it only leaks out so fast, right? So it's like sublimating out of the rock.
Yeah.
A
lot of it's also, when it comes to alternate fuels, it's whatever the government's back. So unfortunately, right now, governments are backing batteries and electronic cars, which it's funny, like if you look at it back in the late 90s, like when GM tried to do that, governments weren't backing that shit, so that got killed off immediately. Same thing with hydrogen, like governments aren't backing it, so it's getting killed off. Like Toyota has vehicles with hydrogen cells and shit, and like other companies do too. I want to say Honda might be one, but they just can't get the ban, like they can't get any traction with it because everyone else is pushing electric and giving cost breaks for electric.
The thing about hydrogen is that you can use current technology, like gasoline burning engines, to burn hydrogen. The only difference is the way it's injected. So you'd have to have some sort of a different fuel injection system so that it would like squirt the right amount of gas and shit in there.
Well, there's
the principles of combustion are exactly the same regardless of the fuel, as long as it works, you know what I mean? And it does. And then the only thing that you get is water vapor. So I don't know why the fuck they don't do that.
There is a carburetor somebody invented in the 70s or the 80s that will allow you to use hydrogen gas on old cars.
There's got to be a way to do it. Or like the cars that have dual fuel where they run off of gasoline or propane.
Yeah,
like if it's already set up to burn propane, I'm sure you could probably tweak it to do fucking hydrogen if you want.
I was about to say, if it can run propane, it can be adapted to run on hydrogen, I would assume.
If it can run propane and propane accessories.
Propane accessories.
Gun Library Garrett dropped in $2 and said, "Isn't war good for the economy?"
Well, war is good for the colony of insects.
It depends on what part of the economy.
Certain industries, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
but
I mean, Raytheon stands to make a lot of money.
Yeah,
it got us out of the Great Depression. But the difference is, back then, if you wanted to like produce something, how many people did that require in a factory? Versus now, if you want to produce something, how many people in a factory does that require? So yeah, it helps, but it's not like it was back then. And if you just start fucking making tanks and bombs and planes and guns with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs
and their guns in your head.
In your heads.
God damn it.
So I didn't actually do an intro, so we'll go ahead and say hello to the internet. This is Late Night with E. Honda, the greatest show on all of the internet, bigger ever than even James Yeager and others who do stuff on the internet who suck at it. Yeah, that's right.
I'm calling Mac out.
Suck it, bitches.
Eat it, bitches. But we're joined by Ray Ray. How you doing, Ray Ray?
Hi, fellas. How you doing? It's nice to see you guys.
We have an angry platypus.
Hey, guys.
Corey Long. How you doing, Corey?
Doing good. Right now I'm barbecuing some pork tenderloins.
Cumin. That's my suggestion. Cumin. We've got a saber wolf.
I thought you said human for a second. I was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Human loin.
No, I'm not cooking long pig. Long pork, whatever it's called.
Cook the human loin.
Saber wolf, how do you do, good sir?
Doing well. How are you faring?
Pretty good, actually. Pretty good, thank you. And then we've got $5 gas is a crock.
I'm guessing that's Matt.
I don't
We'll
know.
be here in a minute when they have something to say, apparently. But yeah. Josh Taylor dropped to $2 and said, but the lizard people like the dry atmosphere. Yeah, that's why we can't use it. I mean, if you wanted to, like, I don't know, what was that movie with Charlie Sheen where the fucking aliens had backwards knees and were polluting the earth to make it warmer?
Oh, Arrival.
Yeah, The Arrival.
Yeah.
Does that mean I'm a lizard person?
If that was what was actually going on, how would things be that much different than what is actually going on?
I really think there's a pretty good chance that, like, either like Hillary Clinton and the higher ups in our government are some sort of extraterrestrial skin suit something, or they're like working for them and don't know it, like through corporations and shit. Like, it could be that like there's a species trying to take over our planet, and like their plan is to like reduce us all to the Stone Age by some sort of war.
We actually live and they live.
Yeah.
I mean,
seriously, like, explain why else Hillary Clinton keeps trying to run for president. Like, I can't figure that one.
Well, because she wants to
out the message.
How's that bitch still alive?
Well,
That's
when
the
you
other
kill
battle.
off when everyone else that's a threat to you suicides themselves out of massive depression.
Wasn't there another one recently that happened? Who was that? That got suicided? That was Epstein.
Oh, it was a model like a producer or like some mover and shaker in the modeling industry who was close to Epstein, who died in a French prison just the other day.
Wow.
Yeah,
I heard about that one.
Speaking of prison, HBO Matt said jail was just so much fun. $105,000 bond.
Well, maybe if you stop fucking with the police.
Did he park too long?
This video on Discord a while ago.
Yeah, that's HBO Matt's the guy who was I forget where in Texas it was, what the city was.
Livingston, Texas.
And he's a cop watcher and basically got reverse fucked with, and they're charging him with a bunch of bullshit, and now he's got to get a lawyer and pay for all this stuff and get out of whatever charge it is, and then if he's able to get out of what?
I say I like how you worded that reverse fucked with.
Reverse fucked with.
Anyway. So now he's got to go through all of that shit, and then if he can get his fucking charges reversed, which is an if, because once you're in the microscope of the powers of the state, there's a lot of factors, and they can go against you, whether you're on the right side of the law, whether you broke the law or not. So that's always a scary proposition. And then if you get out of the charges, then you got to go back and fucking sue them for the bullshit that they did. So, I mean, it's a risky thing that you're doing, but if you go through with all of this and you get it done, and I'm going to do what I can to help. I haven't had a chance to make a video out of that stuff yet. But, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that people in this country need to do to stand up to tyranny, is to become not roadblocks, but speed bumps, right? Because we don't want them going too fast. We want them slowing down. And if you get enough people who are making a bump for them, a little problem where they got to go to court and pay for all the bullshit and stuff because they're fighting it and not just pleading and fucking getting whatever charge it is reduced and going on with life, then it's going to be a lot harder for them to roll over as many people.
Well, hopefully he's got a good lawyer or lawyers.
And that's the thing, man. That's not cheap either. Like, how much does a lawyer cost? Like $250 an hour for a cheap one?
Yeah, that's for a cheap one if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And then, are you going to get a good cheap lawyer? Maybe. Maybe not.
So
they're going to do what they can do to, like, not lose their license and handle your case in court. But does that mean they're doing a good job? Probably not in some form.
Well,
So here's my question. How much are all these lawyers versus how much is a bulldozer and some metal plates?
Well, the
Fucking
bulldozer
going
metal
haywire on
plates is
'em?
about the same, but at the end of the day, the bulldozer and the metal plates leads you into even more of needing a lawyer, unfortunately.
Unless you go full haywire.
You used to really need one, then.
Would USCCA or Law Shield or any of those help in this instance? If you had that?
I don't know, because with his
He's being
instance
charged
wasn't
with
the big...
crime.
Yeah, like it wasn't charged with you're carrying a firearm, if I remember correctly. It was charged with, what was it? Criminal...
Organized crime.
Organized crime, yeah. So I don't know how... And I could be wrong, like I don't know enough about USCCA and such like that, but I think they were more like, you know, specifically about like firearms related crime, not like organized crime, which I think...
Oh, you're talking about CS Firearms or whatever that is?
Yeah, the firearm and lawyer and law insurance they sell you when you take a concealed carry class.
No, well, the guy who got charged with organized crime was the guy who CRS Firearms, I think, on YouTube.
No,
I thought HBO Matt got
HBO Matt did.
Yeah.
HBO Matt got charged with Texas swatting law.
And also the
okay.
organized crime too, I thought.
I thought so too. This is what he said.
I mean, even if it was just Texas swatting law, I still don't know that like USCCA or anything like that would cover something of that nature, because it's not a concealed carry related crime or a defensive use of a firearm crime. I could be wrong. I don't know. As I
right
said,
next to their microphone.
Cocaine.
It sounded like you're like.
Who the fuck is Pig?
Savage said, just a reminder, Honda is in fact a whore for super chats. Just the price tag changes every so often.
So, Savage, I'll start drinking shot for shot with Honda now for $35 a shot.
No, we're not doing that. I'm just gonna drink when it feels appropriate to drink, and it does not feel appropriate.
Wait, you guys have been waiting to drink? Fuck.
I'm gonna go find some booze.
See, HBO Matt says, charged with swatting myself by doing open carry.
What?
Yep.
And organized crime for recording. So both of them are true.
Yeah, but even like with either one of those, I as I said, I don't know if USCCA. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would. I have no fucking clue. I'm not an expert. But
I mean, just as somebody who's a little bit ignorant to HBO Matt's situation, my question is though, it's like when you hear these charges, it's hard for me to imagine or paint the picture in my head like how it happened.
So he had a suppressed Beretta on his hip, right? They were at a house making protest signs. He went out to the car to grab something. The neighbor saw it, thought that he was an assassin there to kill her friend, called the police. They showed up. There was an altercation where, like, he wouldn't be allowed to be taken into their custody because he was allowed to be where he was and he was allowed to have that firearm. And then forget what else happened, but eventually the police called out warrants on them for organized crime and the swatting thing. And the organized crime thing is because they were there to record the police doing bullshit, basically, and they'd like planned to do shit. And once you start planning to do things, like technically,
you have
it's
to actually be
organized.
like planning like you have to like I don't know.
They would
Plan
have
the crime.
to plan felonies in order to get the charge that they
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like they're stretching
because like organized.
cruelty.
Exactly,
100%
yeah, because it feels
stretching.
like with organized crime is like implicit of like racketeering or things like that.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
yeah.
100%.
Well, that's what it's meant to do, and obviously they're charging them with that because they don't know what to charge them with, and they just want to charge them with something to like give them a hard time.
Yeah.
Like,
I
seeing what can
will
stick.
say that the neighbor calling on HBO Matt because he was an assassin because he had a suppressed Beretta, I can only think of one thing to blame that on. I blame it on
Boondock
TV.
Saints.
I blame this on bad TV.
Yeah, bad TV.
It's the same reason why the Hearing Protection Act didn't go through. Like why they want to get suppressors off the NFA, because people think that suppressors make it, when in fact it's still a large bang, but just not as many decibels.
Honestly,
it's a loud
like,
bang that doesn't blow out your ears.
Here's the real truth. If you're only taking 1 or 2 shots with a handgun, the house that you're in is a suppressor for the rest of the neighborhood. Do with that.
So real quick, Gun Library Garrett dropped in $35 as soon as you said that shit. So
what the fuck is the snorting? Did you hear it, or is it just me?
No, I
didn't hear it that time. I heard it last time, not that time. Cheers, though, boys.
Well. I don't know whether. Cheers.
Jesus fucking Christ! If you're gonna fucking drink, take a fucking drink.
Drink, motherfuckers. Sorry, I'm feeling.
And I was looking up. What is that? Okay, someone just did it right there.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck it is.
I just said slancha. That's all I said.
I think it's the person with no name or whatever.
Yeah, the $5 guys.
Oh, so Matt.
Who is that?
It has to be Matt.
Whatever.
I can think of.
So it looks up Texas Penal Code, false alarm or reporting, which has to do with the swatting law. A person commits an offense if he knowingly initiates, communicates, or circulates a report of a present, past, or future fire, bombing, offense, or other emergency that he knows is false or baseless, and that would ordinarily cause an action by an official to or volunteer agency organized to deal with emergencies, place a person in fear of imminent seriously bodily harm, or prevent or interrupt the occupation of a building, room, place, assembly by which has access, or aircraft, automobile, blah, blah, blah. I don't see how he's guilty of this. Because he didn't initiate the call. The other person did. Cause action. Wait, so a person commits offense if he knowingly initiates. Maybe that's how they're getting him. Like he did something that initiated the communication with the police because he had a silencer, but that's not against the law. It's Texas. Open carry is legal. Having a suppressor is legal if you have the paperwork, but you don't have to prove the paperwork unless it's a fucking ATF agent or you're under arrest.
This is where the law in Texas and Oklahoma gets sketchy as fuck because, like, we have the freedom to carry whatever, right? Until the cops start fucking with you. And then it's, why do you have this gun? Why do you have a suppressor on it? Why do you have a machine gun? Whatever the fuck it is. Like, if it's your right to carry it, shouldn't it, be your right to carry it? Why does it become an issue anytime you cut
what you have? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck you're carrying. If you have a right to carry it, carry it.
Yeah. I'm armed. Yep. That's all you should fucking know.
All right, and Savage, I'm going to take a shot for your $5 super chat just to prove you wrong, motherfucker.
Yeah, I took one too.
I'll match you on that.
All right. Let that soak in. We'll see.
By the way, Savage, I know I still need to drop some gun porn in about the 2 savages I got a couple weeks ago, so I'll do that sooner than later.
Yeah. Vodka tastes like shit.
Not if you get good vodka.
I'm drinking Never Enough Ammo brand.
I'm about to dive into a flask that's been in my fridge for about 4 years. I have no idea what's in it, so that should be interesting.
I'm just beering it tonight.
I do have my Rittenhouse rye still that I can't fucking finish ever.
You can do it. You can do it. I
never
believe
finish.
it.
I'm gonna die, and this bottle of whiskey's gonna be in the house.
Just send it to me, Honda.
What's that?
I said send it to me. I like whiskey.
Actually, what happens is like if
someone's over and they're like, "Can I have a drink?" and I'll just give them that, and they'll be like, "Oh, thanks."
That's totally
actually what happens is if someone ever breaks into the house, Honda like dumps it out like a genie, and Kyle Rittenhouse pops out of it.
It's Rittenhouse in a bottle.
Yeah, you just gotta like massage the outside of it and then pop the cork.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, it's like Popeye and spinach. You have to swig the Rittenhouse rye, and then he like just appears in your mind.
I grant you 3 dome shots.
So Rittenhouse,
he'll kill 2 and injure 1 for you. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask, like, with Rittenhouse, like, I mean, do you think he'll be memory hold and be able one day to live a normal life, or do you think he's gonna have to go through like a witness protection program?
He's already talked about wanting to change his name.
I feel like people have the fucking memory of goldfish these days. If you give it 10 years and he puts on 20 pounds and has a different last name, no one will fucking know.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Like, even if he doesn't change the name, like I could see people forgetting. Like, obviously not everyone, but a large majority of the population, like 10 years ago.
If I were him, if I were him, I would get an eye patch and be on Fox News every day.
Little Crenshaw.
Has he really been in the news much lately, though?
No, not. I mean, not that I've seen, but I also don't hang around like all the conservative podcast shit.
I just think the gunfighter look with the eye patch would be dashing.
I mean, Crenshaw's kind of like, what do you call it?
I really was into Crenshaw because he had an eye patch until he turned out to be like a horrible human being.
Yeah.
No.
McCain 2.0? Yeah.
Yeah. He's a traitorous fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about the Canadian thing going on in Ottawa with all the trucks, the trucker strike?
I wish him the best of luck.
At this point, with the shit the government's pulled, the Canadian truckers would be well within their rights to disable their rigs and walk away and cut off the capital from supplies for an extended period of time.
100% agree. Just fucking bust them up so they don't move, because the tow truck drivers have even said, like, we ain't fucking moving them, right?
Yeah, like, who are you going to get to move 100 of those things?
Yeah, disable the fuck out of all of them and be like, all right, you want us to leave? Sure thing. Fucking bust them up. Deuces, we out. We're going to Uber back home and just
You slash all the tires and, like, pull out key engine components and just walk away.
Pull out key engine components, disable the brake systems, because all those run off air brakes. Like, disable the brake systems. You don't even got to
take out
the tires,
3 or 4 parts and slash the tires, and those things will never move again.
Yeah. Just take out the dress.
Well, I mean, they'll move, but it's going to take a lot of fucking work to haul. Like, you got to bring in, like, military, like, recovery vehicles to fucking move them. So.
Well, here's the thing, though.
And I think at this point,
hold on.
Like, what are you going to do?
Here's the thing, though. They arrested over 100 people the other night. They've been on the streets. They ran over some people with horses. The Mounties did, because they're running through with horses. They're using like horse and human shield technique to push people back and fucking doing all this stuff. And they're completely peaceful protests. That's the thing about it. Like, not one person has been rowdy that I've seen, and I've been watching quite a bit. Not one person has been destroying property. They've been like fucking like shoveling snow off the sidewalk and spreading salt. They've been making food for each other. It's, playing music on the streets, dancing, making signs, doing stuff, but it's all been peaceful. And what the police are doing now is completely the opposite of that. And it's not called for, but they're doing it under emergency order. Like, whatever provisions. Trudeau's he's basically a Nazi in my eyes. I mean, he hasn't put anyone in a gas chamber yet or burned any bodies, but that we know of. But
aren't the cops outnumbered essentially?
Well, that's the thing though. Like, it's Canada. Like, do you think they're gonna?
I have questions about, like, because what I've been watching in the news. And if you guys know, please, like, let me know what's true and what's bullshit. But, like, watching it, hearing, and you hear these reports like they're going to seize all their money. Okay, I know about the GoFundMe seizure, but like their private bank accounts, and then also seizing their personal property, not just the trucks, but their actual land or houses that they own, and pretty much like almost evicting them. And then if they have any animals, that they'll shoot them. Basically, I don't know if the media is trying to give veiled threats of that they can do this or that they're going to do this. Stuff like that. So I mean, I have questions about that.
I would expect, given the nature of what's going on, if you disable your truck, everything you have is going to be gone. The state is going to come down on you like a hammer.
The thing is, they've already come down on some people like a hammer. There's been people whose bank accounts have been frozen, so they don't have a bank account anymore. If you get a ticket for doing some of this stuff, you don't have your trucker's license, they'll take your fucking license away. They'll take your rig's license away. So not only do you not have a license, but the truck that you're driving doesn't have a license to do anything in the country anymore. But then they're saying, like, well, what's the difference? Because, I mean, you were going to make me stop working anyway because of the vaccine mandate. So I think a lot of these people are staying for the long haul.
I think it's interesting how Canada doesn't realize that most of their Canadian people depend on truckers to exist. And, good luck ever getting any trucker in Canada to ever do anything again until this is changed.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about oil.
What's going to stop them once they finally realize, we hold the power, if we stand up and, fight back, what the fuck are they going to do?
Gun library here, it saw pictures of tow truck with mass drivers. Allegedly, state took them from the tow companies. They actually, by executive order, are compelling companies to comply with their orders.
I thought they all had COVID.
That's when you go out and you disconnect a bunch of shit and you're like, oh, my truck don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the
it was working yesterday and then it came out this morning and fucking broken.
I've never seen spark plugs fly out of trucks like that.
So there's a trucker convoy that is scheduled to assemble outside of Los Angeles, California. I don't know exactly when. I think it's like right now. Or maybe the end of the month.
I thought it was in March.
And then they're hitting up, I don't know, like Salt Lake City, Utah, Denver, Colorado, like Chicago. They're going like city by city and stopping in all the cities on their way to Washington, D.C. I just wonder how many of these truckers are actually going to be doing that in America, because there's not quite the stringent thing going on with American truckers as there was with Canadian truckers.
I really wish our truckers would protest too, just over the general bullshit that's been going on in the country, but I don't think they will. At least not to the level.
I don't think it's going to be as much as it's not going to be like it was in Canada for those reasons. Like if they were like all truckers must be triple jabbed or whatever, and you got to comply, and if you don't, you're not a truck driver anymore and fuck off. Then yeah, you're going to have a whole. But that's not how it is right now, as far as I understand.
I was going to hook up with someone the other night, and they asked if I was vaxxed or not. I was like, block.
That's the thing. Like, it's not. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's fucking bad here, but it's not nearly as bad as it was in Canada. So I don't think people have the inclination, if you will, to like have stand up as much. Which just kind of sucks, but at the same time, I get it to a point. But yeah, I think it would be different here in the States too, because Canadians, for what it's worth, are much more. I don't know what the right word is. Tolerable, if you will.
Feisty.
The shit, like
accommodating.
Like the thing, like I watched those videos today, right? Of fucking Mounties going in, and like one guy was getting fucking trampled by a horse. Like,
yeah,
you can't tell me that. Like, if that was happening here in the States, people would be like, "Oh, yeah, fucking, he ran him over with the horse." Like, no, like if that happened, like, no offense, that guy would not be on that horse no more. Like, I'll leave it at that.
It depends. Well, hold on. It depends on the fucking point of view of what's happening. Because think about what happened when there was people on horseback when there were a bunch of people coming over the border. And they just happened to snap a picture where the guy had the reins in his hand and it looked like he was whipping, but he just had the reins in his hand. And that was the fucking narrative for like 2 weeks in the media until it was finally fucking like debunked to the point where they weren't saying it anymore. But the point had gotten across to so many people that they were just repeating it. And so if the person with the horse is on the right side, according to the mainstream media and the powers that be, then the narrative is going to match that and fit. Versus if the person on the horse is like, let's say it was like some freedom protester who happened to have a horse who bumped into a cop, and there was just like that right fucking freeze frame picture of something happened with the cop's face terrified, or you know what I mean? That would be the narrative, and that's what they would fucking push. Because that's how it works. They just lie to your face over and over and over and over and over and over again. And some people just never look into it. And if they do, they're like, well, they were lying to me about this, but then they move on to the next news story on the media, and they're just like, well, that's what's going on. It's like, fucking wake the fuck up, dude. They're lying about everything all the time.
Oh yeah, I agree with 100%. I'm saying from the standpoint of, I have no doubts that like the media would pitch it whatever way the government wants it to be seen. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm saying from the standpoint, like, if that same shit was to, like, let's say America had a trucker convoy, right? And they're peacefully protesting, and I don't know, from St. Louis, wherever. And all of a sudden, like, riot police come through, and there's a fucking horse trampling on a guy. Like, American truckers aren't going to stand back and just be like, oh, okay, that's happened. Like, I just don't see it being at that point as peaceful. And granted, the pain in the ass is then the media is going to run with that as a field day, right? Like, that's just what they're going to do. That, like, oh, these truckers are violent. It's like, well, you cut out the point where a fucking mounted police officer decided to use the guy's body as a fucking stomp pad for his horse.
All right, hold on.
Someone's audio is fucking up.
Yeah.
Someone's feedback's fucking driving crazy.
$5 gas.
Yeah.
Hey, wherever you just had your phone or whatever was terrible for the audio.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. What do you think about the trucker convoy? And they're starting in California, so that's kind of a thing. I don't know exactly when that's happening. I don't know if you've heard any rumblings or what do you know about it, but what do you think about the Freedom Convoy in Canada?
A roadmap for our future. No pun intended.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think they're waiting for midterms or the next election to happen before they move to the next level of things that they're going to do, because they can't do it yet, because if they do, they're not going to get reelected.
Yeah. I and by the way, I wanted to address something that Angry was saying and what you were saying, Honda. Like, I think it's like really, I don't know, especially lately, especially the most recent example of the two horses incident. You know, you have the horses on the border and the Royal Mounted Police, like trampling guy. So you have these two examples of like, I hate the outrage that our media portrays. Like, if one side does it, it's okay, it's heroic, it's endearing, right? Like, if someone's throwing a Molotov cocktail, if they're wearing, like, you know, black bloc, you know, they're championed as a hero, or if they're wearing a MAGA hat, they're a terrorist, you know, either or. So it's like kind of this thing is like no one's really appalled at the actions of what's happening. They're just mad at the other side is doing it. And I think that's the real core of it. It's like no one's really mad about the actions of anything anymore. I just found it really interesting that Angry brought that up, and then you brought that up about the horses. It's all about optics, and people are led by like kind of what the media says. And I think,
real quick, $5 gas. In between talking, I'm gonna mute you because there's a lot of feedback coming through. So, oh shit. Well, or you could just leave. That's fine too. I'm sorry, dude. That sucks.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can get that figured out and jump back in, because I am interested in said person's point of view. Josh Taylor dropped in $5. Said, just picked up an FNX Tactical 45, now waiting for the silencer to get out of ATF jail.
But you can't carry it with the silencer. You'll go to jail, apparently.
Yeah, you'll go to jail for freedom.
$105,000 bond.
Yeah. Be accused of being.
Can I ask a stupid? can ask a stupid question. Okay, so I know silencers or suppressors have the baffles on the inside, but what about the blast mitigators that are perfectly legal to screw on to? I mean, don't they work also as a suppressor in a way because they lower
Most
decibels?
Oh, like the sound forwarder or whatever.
most cops are gonna go, "That's a suppressor," and put you in jail.
I thought
Okay,
about
fair
getting
enough.
one of those for because I built that Echo Trigger ARV in 9mm, and that would be kind of cool to have like a little sound forwarder on it, even if it's not a suppressor. It kind of looks like one, you know.
Sound
And then you got the Echo
forwarder.
Trigger on it too, so it's like. Blah, 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 blah. I can't wait to shoot that thing. I wish I would have known earlier because we would have gone shooting today if you fucking weren't going on a trip.
I want
Yeah,
a trigger for the fucking 320. I think that would be hilarious.
that would be.
Daniel says, what's going to happen when a couple percent of the population wakes up and realizes that they don't have enough handcuffs for assault?
Gas chambers.
It's time for the gas chamber, yeah.
I mean,
what happens then is the inner cities go nuts, and it's not a good place to be.
see, here's the thing: like, you run out of handcuffs, there's still zip ties.
It's with martial law. I mean, if I can interject, it's what has been seen in like other poorer countries. Let's put it that way. In South America, I think there's a really good example of this. They loosen the laws on basically police start shooting, and the bullets are cheaper than handcuffs. That's what it is. And I think history.
Thankfully, we've got whatever amendment it is that doesn't allow military to operate on U.S. soil in peacetime.
Okay.
I think
So
already
at least on paper, they have to figure out a way around that without fucking directly being, like tanks and shit on the street. Is all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that it's like good.
Sorry. Wasn't there something that came out earlier this year though that like there was some report or something? It could have been fake. I don't know. That got released that said like there was a branch or like a team of like government or military people that were like authorized that, if the government said, oh, these people in the states are threats, like you can just start shooting them, like they could do that.
Well, the Homeland Security, yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was Homeland Security or something. But I mean,
the Department of Homeland Security is just ready to be Gestapo, really.
Yeah.
It's the entire DOJ. I mean, it's not just like Homeland Security, CIA, FBI, ATF. All of them are being prepped like how to like. And I had this discussion with somebody who was a FBI instructor at the Rocky Mountain Academy. And he was talking about it like how they've been prepping for like 20 years ever since 30 years now, I should say, since Waco, since the, like LA riots, those things. For basically a shit hit the fan scenario where they would have to go. Basically, the federal government give them the okay to just let loose.
Well,
so,
I wonder what happens.
The thing is, the Second Amendment was supposed to be so that we don't have to have a standing army, because at any time you can just call up the American people who have guns. You can call up the militia, and we have an army to fight whoever it is, right? And if you, as an American citizen, can own whatever it is that's current technologically speaking, as far as weapons of war are considered, then we will always be geared up and ready to go to war, because there's going to be some rich ass dude who likes tanks, you know what I mean, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was the point of the Second Amendment. They've completely mitigated and sidestepped that and given themselves a paycheck along the way by creating this military industrial complex that's entire point is to inflict world police war upon other countries, whether we're invited or not, whether it's justified or not. And if it's not justified, we've got an entire other media organization to make it justified.
Exactly. Yeah, because as long as a court of a public opinion, such as the media, orchestrates it to the narrative they like. For example, if they said martial law is necessary, like with let's use the Canadian truckers, for example. So the media decides, you know what, this is a bad thing. So what we're going to do is paint them as these terrorists, these awful people. They're starving people, they're hurting people and stuff like that. They're violent when they're not, or they're racist when they're not. It's still like the optics of like getting the other people who are nowhere near Ottawa or even Canadians on the other side of the world even thinking like, wow, those Canadian truckers must suck. You know, so I mean, they could justify anything. Like what happened with Waco. Like, remember how the media justified Waco? It's like, oh, he was a cult and he was a kid diddler and all these other things that were, you know, that hadn't had a chance to go to court to be proven true or not. I'm not gonna defend
he
David
was
Koresh.
a cult.
Yeah, but like, I mean, as far as like, you know, molesting kids and stuff like that, so they use like this thing of like this. The media painted this
I
up.
understand.
Sorry,
He didn't little kids. He like fucked other people's wives, right?
Right, exactly. But that at the time though, it was like
Sorry, go on. I couldn't
no,
help.
it's okay. I was just gonna say though, like how the media painted David Koresh was as a villain, and the people were okay with what was happening in Waco. Like otherwise, there should have been a dissent of like everybody coming down and going against the U.S. Marshals. Honestly, so
That guy just pocketed an AR-15.
Motherfucker.
I saw this one video of a dude who like he went into a pawn shop to look at an AR-15, and they gave him, you know, like, here, check it out, and he had a loaded magazine in his back pocket. Yeah.
Spicy.
HBO Matt says the Louisville mayor assassin is out on $100,000 bond, so $5,000 less than you.
Ha ha! HBO Matt.
For attempting to assassinate a mayor.
Well, HBO was also an assassin. He had a silent.
But he's blick.
Well, again,
also,
that goes to the whole like politicization of things that are going on. The person who's accused, and you have to say it like that, of attempting to assassinate the Louisville mayor is a leftist. He's an Antifa fucking crazy person, right? Like that's what I heard about him.
Mm.
So because they're on that side of the political fence, because they probably watch shows that are, you know, like CNN or whatever, and they can't have that in the media by the other side being like, well, this guy really liked Don Lemon or whatever. You know what I mean? Don Lemon assassin is what they'll call it.
The Don Lemon assassin. Did you see where that same guy, like back when Obama was president, had jumped on the media and was like, "We gotta get these guns off the street. Guns are dangerous." It's like, but this is a weird reverse Uno card here.
Yeah, because I was about to say it. Oh.
It's the same thing that happened with the baseball, the political. It was the Republican baseball team or whatever that got shot up.
Yep.
That guy was a crazy leftist. What happened in the media with that?
Wasn't he a Bernie supporter?
I don't remember because they didn't talk about it very much, did they?
No.
Tara says, shoot me a link. Sorry, I will shoot you a link.
Sorry.
We don't allow girls in this chat, Tara.
Sorry. I've been drinking. All of a sudden that vodka fucking soaked in a little bit here.
I'm kind of fucking tipsy now.
Well, you said $35, and all of a sudden, Gun Library Garrett was just like, "Heard."
Challenge accepted.
I didn't even agree to that, but it's okay. It's fine.
Challenge accepted.
I can't believe this dude just tried to pocket an AR-15 with a magazine in it.
I mean,
and a fucking vertical, a collapsible vertical grip or whatever.
Because nobody's gonna notice you walking like that.
I wonder how far he made it.
So Honda, going back to what you were saying though about the standing militia and being armed citizens, like, don't you remember though, like during Obama's administration, where you had they were called the Minutemen in Arizona that were tired of basically the drug cartels coming across the border, and they were all they were doing was reporting people to INS and Border Patrol, and yet then Obama came down. That was a whole Sheriff Shapiro thing, or Arpaio, sorry. Sheriff Arpaio thing.
The one that sticks out in my head is I forget the name of it, like the horse ranch people or whatever it was.
Bundy Ranch.
The Bundy
Bundy
Ranch.
Ranch.
That's what it was. And that whole thing, and then the one dude who got pulled over because they were just driving, and they're like, well, you can't come down this way, and then they fucking killed the guy on the side of the road and said it was justified and all this other shit.
Justified.
I don't know.
Wasn't that when they took over the bird sanctuary or whatever the fuck it was? The observation thingamajig?
Yeah.
No, I like how they're using horses as weapons when like bullets kill horses real well. Just saying.
Is it easy
Like,
to get a handgun in
The horses
Canada?
don't. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Is it easy to get a handgun in Canada?
Not really, but it's really easy to get shotguns and rifles.
I don't think it's that. Yeah, but I don't think it's that hard because I know Bob. Bob,
they're like
used to be on-
NFA items.
If this is what your apartment looks like, I approve.
I remember
Good
Bob
job.
that used to be on the chats. Like he had plenty of handguns that. I know that'd be a certain like you can't have a shorter barrel on a handgun. I think they have to be 3 inches or longer, or maybe 4 inches or longer, or something.
Honda, what if it looks like that but with a folding table?
Handguns are considered restricted firearms in Canada. A restricted firearm may be brought into Canada, but an authorization to transport permit must be obtained in advance. Prohibited firearms include fully automatic, converted automatics, and certain military-style weapons, including weapons designed for civilian use.
So in Canada, to get a handgun, it's very much like getting a machine gun in the U.S. You have to go through a process, and it's licensed to you. You can shoot it at approved ranges, and you can have it at your home. And like even traveling back and forth between, like you're actually kind of taking a risk every time you do that. But like your excuse is, I'm going to the range, and like you just have to trust that the government won't charge you. Basically, it's a very fun place to live.
Ray, my question I have is a buddy of mine, and this is anecdotal, but is it true though? There's something called like the Yukon exception, like in certain provinces like the Yukon, like where there's a lot of bears and you're in the middle of nowhere. It's
I know people that lived up in the Yukon that like they didn't know what fucking place they were at, but they were from America and they had a handgun. And they were in Canada for part of that. And I know there's laws to cover that shit, but I don't know about bears in particular in Yukon. Like most Canadians carry shotguns for bears, from what I understand.
Yeah, it was just this guy. He was an outfitter. He would do moose hunts and stuff like that in Canada, as well as Alaska, in southern Alaska. But anyway, he said like he would carry like a large revolver on his chest when he's out in the brush, and he said
the cool part is if you get an antique revolver, you can get that in Canada. There might be an exception for guides or some shit up there in the Yukon, for all I know, but like Canadian gun laws are weird. Like if you want a 10-round magazine, the Lee Enfield is exempt from their laws, and the M1 Garand is exempt from their laws, so I get you 8.
Okay. I was just curious.
Also, like for some reason, they can buy 50 Beowulf AR-15 mags that also can take 5.56 up to like 25 rounds. So the AR is actually popular in Canada if you can get one that's not an AR. Because the AR is illegal in Canada, but there's like weird Canadian versions that are legal that take the same mags.
I just wish I could get one of those cheap-ass Canadian SKSs that they seem to have abundant.
Yeah, right.
I want one of their fucking SBTs.
Would be nice. I wanted an SVD so bad I spent $900 on one angry, and I hated it.
See, that's the thing. I don't want to spend that much money on it. Like that's excessive.
I
right?
really wanted to like the thing, and like it shoots so shittily.
I mean, I'm fine with shooting shit. I just want one because it's like I have the Mosin, I have the SKS. I want that branch in between the two. Like that's the link, and I want it.
I really just wish that we could have Canada's gun laws here when it comes to short barrel shotguns, because like we got shockwaves now, and that's kind of cool. But like fucking Canada, you can just have an SBS. It's like owning a tire iron.
Really?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, wasn't the AR-15? I mean, wasn't that recent though that with the guy who stole the police officer's AR from a shooting spree, and that's like when they cracked down really hard on the AR-15s there? like in
So
2019?
AR-15 in Canada is a complicated thing. It's changed a lot over the last 20 years, and it's gone from everything from you can buy X, Y, or Z gun from the United States that has neutered features to you have to build your own special thing that is like not an AR-15 because it doesn't use an AR-15 lower or upper receiver, but yet uses all the rest of the parts of an AR-15, and they're made of aluminum still. So it's kind of like they changed just enough to get Canada's laws to like let it be a thing. And like, I don't know when they made those changes. I find Canadian gun laws to be fascinating because there's like,
Well, I
basically,
mean,
I lived in
They're
Canada.
honestly not that much different than ours, though. I mean, they're different than ours, but like they just have different stipulations. But it's kind of the same as ours.
Well, had they done what they wanted to do with the National Firearms Act, we would be just like Canada because they wanted to have handguns, all handguns, be an NFA item.
I'm gonna grab some goddamn handguns. You're making me nervous.
And that's basically the difference between us and Canada. Is in the United States, it's legal to carry a handgun most places.
yeah. I mean, even in, like at the Rittenhouse trial, like Binger, he was all about, well, why didn't you have a pistol? It's like, well, because I'm not 21. For some reason, I can buy a rifle or possess a rifle, but I can't. I can't get a handgun until I'm 21. I mean, I remember when I got mugged at a bus stop in college in downtown, because I went to school downtown twice and going to work. And then both times guys pulled out guns, and my dad's just like, well, here, I'll just give you a pistol. Even though I wasn't 21, didn't have a concealed carry permit at that time,
I figure at this point, if somebody tries to rob me, I'm gonna go all Billy from Predator and pull out a knife and like slash across my chest.
I mean, you say that as a joke, but like that is a mental deterrent because like if I'm fucking robbing someone and they just slash themselves, like I'm gonna second guess what the fuck I'm doing.
The blood curdling scream that goes with it. Like if you stand there and like want to attack me after I do that and like look at you with the bloodlust in my eyes, like there's no way anyone sticks around for that shit.
All right, like, I have 3 handguns now. I feel better.
Good. I have my P365 right here.
I got one for each hand and one for my dick. Wait, what?
I got 2 guns, one for each of you.
I got 2 guns, one for the both of you.
I got my 1907 Savage in my hand, so
I've got my Sig Sauer P320 Flex Raider thingamajig. I love this gun.
Thingamajigger.
I love that it transforms. Like you can go bop, 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 and have a handgun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it go?
Yeah, exactly. That and plus, like you can just hit a button and the stock shoots out. I mean, brace.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Watch your name. Watch your profanity.
The only thing is you have a 9mm handgun going off like 3 inches from your ear, so I would wear earmuffs.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be you can do the caliber conversions on that, so you could be like 357 SIG going off near your.
I want a 2LR kit for this thing so bad. No one makes one.
Really? Because I know they made one for the. I think they made one for the 250.
They did.
250.
See, that would be the thing to get for this is to get a 250 to go with it, and then the 250 22 kit.
Are those flex braces actually worth getting? Because I've considered getting one for.
I love mine.
I debated getting one for my 250 because it'll fit. The 320 fits the 250. The only difference is the slide, really.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is shiny and pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Not a scratch on it, even though I've shot it. I've been very careful.
That is beautiful.
Honda shoots it with white gloves.
He likes 1911.
How do you like the trigger?
Magazine port.
Honestly, I thought it would be a little bit better than it is. But it's not terrible. It's not bad. It's just I was thinking like, oh, it's gonna be like hair trigger or something, and it's not. But it's
I like those grips.
Yeah, the USGI grips or whatever.
Yeah, they look good.
That looks like a really sweet gun. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Honda, if you go hiking and stuff with it, would you ever use the M7 military holster? It's a tanker holster.
The drop leg holster.
No.
I've
No,
got
the
one.
tanker, it's on the side. So it actually doesn't interfere with your backpack. I use a tanker holster when I hike with my 357, but that's the M3. But the M7 is for the 1911, and it goes off on the side. It's really comfortable. It's a really comfortable holster, and it goes on your side of your chest.
I've got this bad boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the Conic.
Which one is that one? Which Canic?
TP9SF
That's what I thought.
with holler points.
As it should be.
Oh, what's Ray got?
Ooh, nice.
That
I
is
like
a good ass setup.
I like it. Like, it's a little bit of money because these things are hard to get, but like, I got a Hollow Sun on there and the Surefire X300.
Oh, that's awesome.
With
Speaking
the
of optics,
with the extensions on the mags, it has 54 rounds on board. So, like, if you draw it out of a bag or something, you have two 27-round magazines. I think that's pretty bitchin'. What were you asking?
I was asking, what's a good, not too expensive optic to get? Would it be Hollow Sun or like the
My favorite is the Hollow Sun 403R. That's what this one is. And that has the aim point style dial control on the side. It's like 150 to 170 bucks depending on where you buy it.
What about like Vortex? Are they? I heard they're
I like the
warranty.
Hollow Sun over the Vortex because it has longer battery life. Like the Hollow Sun has the aim point style 50,000 hour battery life plus. And the Vortex, I don't know if it does that or not.
Yeah,
I've got a Sig Romeo. I forget which one it is, but it's got like a 20,000 hour battery life, something ridiculous too. It's not bad.
Yeah, the Sig optics are actually made by Hollow Sun.
Yeah, whichever one I got was like $80, so it wasn't really bad. It was on sale or whatever, so.
I just like the 403R because of the controls. That aim point dial style control is worth some extra money to me.
Yeah. So what the fuck else is going on, boys?
I got a solar generator and it's bitching. I charged my cell phone with the sun today.
That's cool.
Ooh, look at that.
Those guns are surprisingly expensive.
Yes, very much so. I used to have one that was it was a Kimber Model 82 Government. That was basically a U.S. government competition rifle that you could have done shit like this with. It was set up for it.
How much are those?
I had a roommate when I lived in Colorado
Thousands.
Springs who was in Olympic training competition shooting for the skiing shooting thing that they do, the cross-country skiing and shooting.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, he told me that his gun cost something like $16,000.
Oh,
Yep,
God.
that's kind of typical for biathlon guns. Like they end up being 10 to 20 grand easily.
That's a new car.
Yeah. Well, if you want to feel better about it, it's like a aluminum composite tube with a steel barrel that shoots bullets real accurate and is really light and indestructible. So like it's made to do a thing. It's like a race car. If you've ever held one, it's like holding a Ferrari.
Yeah, it's kind of. Last time I went to the range, I got to try out a couple bullpups, and the MDR, the Desert Tech MDR. Holy crap! It was significantly better than the Kel-Tec RDB. But it was because like the Desert Tech was like $3K, where the RDB was like only like $900. So you felt the difference.
Pretty much anything. It's what you pay in the end that matters on quality. And like, there's a point of diminishing returns. But like when you pay 3 times as much or something, usually like it's nice.
Well,
Absolutely.
Hello there, Tara.
Sorry, we don't allow women here.
Hello. I'm not doing exactly
Hi,
that
Tara.
good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me. Okay. Think I'm having a reaction sort of thing from the dentist, what have you. And my thoughts are like blurred and shit. But I did a chat last night over the trucker protest convoy, and my thoughts are well, Canada was kind of predictable, and I've been in several strikes and stuff, but
Death to Canada.
huh?
Death to Canada.
No, the response was kind of predictable, and I think that number one, our government will they'll come down a whole lot harder, a lot quicker. You know, kind of like the last time we went to DC.
Yeah.
And I think maybe there's some agitators that are trying to start that here because they want another
January 6th.
another insurrection event sort of thing to point to. And especially coming up on an election, and I think their stuff with the actual January 6th thing is wearing off as far as the general public goes.
It seems like
I'm
they
pretty
really
apprehensive
want.
about.
It seems like they really want to push that insurrection narrative. Like January 6th was nothing. I would love for them to see what it would look like for people to actually be an insurrection.
I'm pretty apprehensive about anything going on right now in America as far as a national protest, especially something that happened in DC for that reason. And then let's not forget that I think it was the Department of Defense or NSA or something like that made an announcement before the Super Bowl that it was going to be like all these problems because of the trucker thing that's going on in Los Angeles or whatever it was, right? And the truckers were gonna show up there, and then of course nothing fucking happened. But I think they were like baiting it, or they're trying to get it to happen, or I don't know what the fuck.
We want all the truckers to riot so we can come down hard on the truckers.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, I think you're absolutely right, though, Tara and Ray. But it seems like it's all about response and optics and like the puppet theater of politics, because like that January 6th thing, I agree, Tara, is wearing off in people's minds. With the insurrection, even if people who are like or online screaming it was an insurrection, how dare they, it was attack on our democracy, even they deep down know that wasn't anything. That was just a really violent protest, as in like
It wasn't even that. Like they just broke through some velvet ropes and walked around and stole a pulpit and walked out.
yeah, but
if you let me loose in the fucking Capitol with the goal of insurrection, like I would firebomb it.
Yeah, there's a huge difference, and I think even the people who claim it's an insurrection know it was an insurrection deep down, especially after what happened in the summer of 2020.
Well,
go ahead.
You say that, but like being in DC, like directly after that, everybody in DC was just like, well, that's what happened. It was an insurrection, and like people had signs and on their lawns, and like the Uber driver was talking about it because I was just making conversation and how bad it was and all this other stuff because he was assuming I was a leftist.
That's because the group think demands that they all think that, right? Like in order for you to get along in Washington, you have to be a part of that machine. And
well, every single radio station that you tune into, everywhere you go, that's like they're all in unity. They're all talking about the same stuff from the same point of view. And if you're not from that point of view, you're some kind of crazy backwards redneck or whatever.
Man, like honestly, they are going to isolate all of us as crazy people, quote unquote, who believe in nonsense. For whatever reason, whether it's religious shit or just like conspiracy theories or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, I believe some ridiculous shit. I know it. But they're going to use all of this shit against us.
Well, I think in the same sense that number one, I think the pipe bomb things were planted for the January 6th. I think that was a government thing. And we had a thing in Michigan where it looks like the FBI tried to kidnap the governor of Michigan at this point, and we're finding more the federal people thing were involved with the January 6th. And I'm sorry, like my thoughts are seriously like
Okay,
blurred.
so real quick, there was two things there. What's going on with the Durham investigation? Does anyone know?
As far as I know, Hillary and it was Obama, Hillary, like basically the DNC, all of them had insight that we're spying. Actually, as far as I know,
they had employed tech companies who were sympathetic to their political point of view to implant moles into the White House so that they could spy on Trump, and then they used those moles to try to plant evidence that Trump had been colluding with Russia by having like someone log into a Russian server from the White House and all these other things.
My question is, what is it that they're trying to do that they want to do so desperately that they're willing to break that many motherfucking laws to do it?
They want to crack down on they want more power, and they want an excuse to take that power. I think we have people like federal agents and stuff that are trying to rile up any right-wing base, whatever, because they want to use that as the enemy. They call, right-wing Nazis and stuff, which has a different meaning to me, just given the family history and stuff. But
I mean, like, who doesn't want to wear a pink triangle and be in a death camp, right?
Well, and then the other
I
thing
got it from several different angles there. Not only the pink triangle thing, but my whole race of people was selected for extermination, and they did a pretty good job of trying to do it. You want to watch a pretty good film? Watch Come and See, and that one's specifically Belarus, but that's just brutal.
Man, the big triangle thing is why I will never be unarmed. Like, I will have fucking knives duct taped into my fucking hands when they come for me. That shit's gonna be going down again.
I kind of feel like the queer community, in a way, kind of does their own pink triangle thing, because you have to have a letter, you have to have this, okay, this is your box, and wear your scarlet letter, and you get into this mold and this thought and this everything, and I'm like, go fuck yourself.
Especially to get hormones. Like, you have to go through a whole list of fucking bullshit just to get approved by the state to get the thing that you actually want.
Right. And for those that don't know,
I was going to say was the kidnapping of the Michigan governor. Was it Michigan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Michigan governor.
That was complete. Like, they had more agents involved than they had people that they had hooked into like complying and doing anything.
And man, that's the way the feds work, man. Like, everything they fucking do, they send out fucking agents to see what they can stir up.
Oh, fun.
Whoever they fucking get, like, whether it's like one idiot in a fucking raghead that fucking wants to blow up the fucking World Trade Center or some shit, or 20 dudes in Arkansas that want to take over the federal government, they'll turn that into whatever the fuck they want to do. That's exactly what they did at Waco. That's exactly what they did at Ruby Ridge.
Yeah. And go ahead.
I think we have federal people right now trying to get another right-wing thing before the elections and all that, because the people who are wanting to take over and re-regulate, just like the trucking industry itself, the Democrats are the ones who deregulated everything. And you wouldn't see CRST hauling a dry van or something. They'd still be hauling steel on a flatbed if they didn't deregulate it. And what they did was they deregulated everything so that they could re-regulate it. And when they re-regulate it, they're allowed to do things that they were not allowed to do before.
That's exactly how fucking totalitarian regimes always operate. That's the way the Nazis operated. They took away laws to put in place worse laws when they fucking put shit back in place.
Right.
Well, that's
And
the point of the Hegelian dialectic.
1939.
That's problem, reaction, solution. That's exactly what the point of the Hegelian dialectic is to get people to accept under extraneous circumstances things that under normal circumstances they would never agree to.
Right,
It's
and they
easier to
need
do
the
that when
reason.
there are no laws.
They need a reason right now that they can point at, and they can say, see all these trucks, see all these people, they're uncontrollable. For your safety, we need to do X, Y, and Z and take yet another chunk, you know, of our rights. If they can find a spot of the Constitution that the last 4 presidents hasn't shit on and drug their feet through,
Well,
you
the
know,
thing that it's going to
another
do,
little piece out of it.
the thing that it's going to do, in my opinion, and you're not going to like this, it's going to push the powers that should not be and the technological fucking infrastructure that they control as fast as they can into automated trucking.
I was about to
I
say that.
agree 100%. And if you've seen Google's trucks, they have a trucking company. I can't remember the name of it, but you can research it you can research it easy. And
well, that's not the point. The point is that they've realized that you guys have fucking power and that they've got to do anything they can to get rid of your power. And that's the easiest way to do it, is to make it automated so there's nothing you can strike all day. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to turn off your bank account. We're going to fucking kick you off of your land. We're going to starve your fucking children. And if you do anything about it, we're going to throw you in jail.
We're going to kill your dog. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. But the problem with the trucking industry, and everybody has this view of it's all these right-wing, conservative everything. And yeah, there's quite a lot of them. But the trucking industry pulls from literally every walk of life in this country. And a lot of people out here aren't really suited for other jobs that they could do. And so they get led to that. I mean, there's a lot of vets out here that aren't, sociable for, your normal 9 to 5. So the VA sends them out here. There's stuff like that. There's a lot of mental issues. And you take that job away, and that's going to cause a whole bunch of problems. But even in the 70s, we've always known we have more power than anyone else because no one can do a damn thing without us. We're the link that connects everybody else. But even the 70s, when they were shooting through people's windshields if they were driving home, most people did not shut down. You can't get enough people. And while peaceful protest works, it's the only thing that's really created lasting change. You can't get enough of us together to have a peaceful protest that would be successful. There's always, it ends up a small number. Like, you could watch what's going on in Canada, where they were acting like those islanders, where they got the nets and they're just kind of hemming in the fish to a small place where they could kill
Canada's
them.
Canada's different, I would assume, and I don't know this, but it just makes sense. It's a big ass fucking country, and they've got a lot less people in it. So the trucking industry is even more important there, because that's how those little fucking Inuit fucking places in the middle of nowhere get their yearly shipment, all the way to everything that comes into the major cities and all of the distance that it has to go over. And then all of a sudden you have like a portion of those people who stop, even a portion, the whole fucking thing is disrupted, and that terrifies them. In America, it's not nearly as big of a country, and
a lot more people,
and we have a fuck ton more people.
But in America, that whole breaking the windows and pulling people out of trucks, you would never get in. You've been down there. You can't. I've been close to the White House in a truck, and you're not going to get that many trucks that close that quick. They will be on you. Last time they couldn't even get off the loop in DC. And if they even tried to block the loop in DC as a protest, what they did at week, 3 or 4, they would have done that in week 1 here. We're talking day 2 or day 3. They would have had the National Guard in there with dragon wagons if the record drivers refused to tow the trucks, and they would be towed out of the way. The drivers would be pulled from their trucks, beaten, jailed. They will respond more violently, more quickly in this country. We've sort of got a history of it.
Absolutely, I agree with you that they would respond more violently and swifter, because in Canada they had the pretense of knowing that honestly these truckers were nonviolent. I think there was that pretense that was already pre-established that they were, they're not doing it violently, they're not violent people. But Americans, on the other hand, have a legacy of when tensions get high, someone somewhere pops off, and then it all goes,
It's almost like we're a bunch of drunk, armed motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And I think they want us coming with their gun.
The other problem is that you can't. Okay, so there's legitimate need for a movement in this country that changes the fundamental way that the government interacts with the people. And I was listening to I forget the dude's name. He was talking. The point of a system is what it does. Meaning, the point of the system isn't what it says that it does. The point of the system is what it does. Even though it says it's, to guarantee the freedoms and the limitation of government and all the other stuff, it's actually the government that we have now is for corporations and for multinationals and for the elites that have all this money, the billionaires, the trillionaires, those people, right? It's not for the average American, because those people have proven that with a little bit of power and influence and money, that they can buy their way into whatever situation or the political view of whatever. And if they can't do it through political views solely, they can go into the media, they can go into the I don't know, what would you call it, the zeitgeist of the country, and change things fundamentally by like coming up with a cool movie. Like, look at fucking Captain Planet. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that was a cool movie, but
Captain Planet turns people into trees.
But it's a great example of the government funding propaganda to inoculate
100%.
a group of people into a certain point of view and thinking.
I loved Captain Planet when I was like 4 years old. I thought it was the coolest shit ever.
Who was your favorite ring?
My favorite was Captain Planet himself. Like
Fire.
all those
No,
fucking
Fire.
No, your favorite ring.
Stuff.
You gotta have a fucking favorite ring. Come on.
I think the furry
I like the
version
heart
is
ring, man.
hilarious.
The heart
I
ring.
knew you were gonna say that shit, motherfucker. I was like the guy who could. I was like the guy who could make like islands or like just make Earth fucking come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
that guy had the fucking power, dude.
I want the heart ring because I want to make people love.
Hey, I sported the fire ring.
Yeah, fire, by fire.
Yeah, fire, because this is the last time.
The word you're looking for, Honda, is faggot.
The fire ring is cool because you basically have a flamethrower ring, which is, that's pretty cool.
Did you see that picture that I sent you?
Who?
The meme picture, Honda, that I sent you, because I sent you a link and I sent you that.
Yeah, the one about the lions. I saw that one. Yeah.
I'm seeing a whole lot of more stuff like that. And I was kind of questioning it. Like, is this really the time, or are we being
absolutely, we're being fucking tricked. Are you fucking no? Don't stop. God damn it. Shut fucking Jesus Christ. Do you guys not listen? Do you guys not pay attention? Everything that they're doing right now is a trap. The best thing that you can do is sit still and prepare. The best thing you can do is sit still and prepare. And make sure that you have your shit together, and make sure that you have enough stuff, and make sure that you're in shape, and that your body's ready to do shit, and that you can get out of the fucking door and move if you have to. And so that you can fucking get shit done and actually be an actor in what's coming up, because it's not fucking time yet. They're trying to get people to fucking come out of pop their heads out so they can chop them off like gophers, dude. That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what I was saying is, I was questioning that and just trying to put it. I couldn't get enough people on the chat. I was really needing a co-host or something, but that was kind of my point. Is my thought is that is what they're doing now. Really isn't the time. They're trying to start this second protest thing to get their picture for the media to get their reason to crack down harder, to say, we need these powers to protect you from these evil people here, because they're going to put people in there with the Nazi flags. They're going to put people, hell, half the people have the battle flag on their trucks. To begin
with. The South will rise again.
Well, anyone who calls that the Confederate flag is ignorant. You want to see a real Confederate flag? Take 59 north between I-30 and I-20. There's an oil field company that has the bloodstained banner flying high above their business. I think only white people work there. They must. But But they will have these.
Do you believe the South will rise again, or are you a Yankee?
Daniel says, "God dang, Honda, calm your tits." I just, I feel like I can't get a fucking word in right now because just everyone's talking constantly. But it's fine. It's cool.
Fuck Honda. It's his show.
Honda gets passionate.
The thing that has saved us during this pandemic, that kept us, we had all this half-ass bullshit that was designed primarily to gut the middle class and to attack small businesses because that's all they could really do. But what saved us for the most part from having to deal with what Canada and Australia and all that had to deal with is that we have states. And our states are not like provinces.
It's not
they
over
have
yet.
rights, and we can tell.
We're not even close to being through this. Like,
honestly, will not be influenced
we're just a step along the way on this path towards totalitarian one world government in which there's a social credit score and you can't travel if you don't have your papers, and people are centrally located in positions, and resources are limited and allocated by a central planning government that's a resource-based fucking economy like they want from fucking Zeitgeist and all this other bullshit, because the socialists are going to run shit. And if you disagree with it, it's not a problem with the system. The system's perfect. And if you have a problem with it, the problem's with you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is...
Who were the biggest offenders in the gulags?
The thought crime people.
That's exactly right. It wasn't the people who were in the mafia. It wasn't the rapists. It wasn't the thieves. It wasn't the murderers. It wasn't the pedophiles. It was the people who had crime thought.
What I was saying to Rachel's comment of would the South rise again, the South's never going to rise again. What's going to happen is, because we have states, it will happen similarly, if it ever does, to how the Civil War started, where one state joins the other, but it's not going to be along the Mason-Dixon line.
No, it's going to be along the middle of the country, man.
I think a lot of the middle of the country is going to join together, and a lot of the coast are going to join together, and you'll have sporadic places like Illinois that may stay with, the blue side or something like that.
Well,
but
we'll have to crush Illinois in their fucking Yankees.
It won't be along the same lines as it was last time. So the South's not going to rise again.
The South won't rise again. It'll just be from the middle.
Daniel dropped in $2 and said, "One step away from Night Strike drowning the mean mustache again."
Yeah, Night Strike needs to put on his mean mustache and come to the South.
Oh, dawning,
yeah,
not drawing.
I'm really drunk, Honda.
I feel fucking Night Strike does draw it on, though. But I do want to say fuck you, because I have, for the last 10 minutes, had the fucking Captain Planet theme song stuck in my goddamn head.
Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down to
Have you seen the parody of that?
Planet.
You're a tree. You're a tree. You're a tree.
You're a
have
tree.
You seen the parody of that?
We're all trees.
I have not.
The parody with the furries, and they all come together to like this furry monster thing.
Please no.
You have to watch. You have to watch that at least once. That is hilarious.
Shotguns.
MSB 9021, who's from Alabama, says, "Actually, we're not planning to rise again. We're going to lower everyone else."
Yes,
Nice.
that's the way to really rise.
I mean,
is to lower everyone else first.
Honestly, dude, if the shit goes down and the country starts balkanizing, I don't think Colorado's a good place to be.
Nope.
I think you need to get your ass to Texas, Honda.
I think Colorado will do like West Virginia, where the whole flat part of the state is probably going to go towards whatever the right wing component is, and the left side of the state will be kind of mixed up and tied in with Denver, and they'll go the other direction.
I think you have it backwards.
I
The-
think
You think the
flat
flat
part
part
of the
of
state is where all the
will
people
go to the
live.
Republicans.
The flat part of the state is where all the people live. The mountains are where people are sporadically populated and tends to be more Republican. There are parts of the flat parts that are Republican that are more rural or whatever,
I think
but they're vastly outnumbered by the people in the cities.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
The number of people who live in like Denver,
definition of flat, man.
the number of people who live in like Denver and Aurora and like Colorado Springs and shit is the entire fucking rest of the state combined times 3, you know?
Well, that's what I was saying. The people in the western part of the state, there's not enough of them, and probably on the other side of them is going to be blue. So I would think that through like Denver, where all that stuff is, would probably be taken for the other side, and all the people out there in the flat areas in Lyman and Lamar and
Hey,
Ray, all
the
that.
sound of your gun fucking doing whatever it's doing is making me want to punch a hole in a screen right now. Can you please stop?
Yeah, sorry.
So, but we would have cases like that, but nobody wants anything to ever really go that direction, because if it does go that direction, we enter a new paradigm as far as reality as we know it, and nothing will ever be the same again.
I think actually touched on something really good there, because like we were talking about. Well, first off, I want to touch on 2 things you said there real quick. That you said, like, with basically the Front Range, the metro area is completely different than the rest of the state, including the mountains or the ranching areas and things like that. Even currently now, there's a huge. Well, Governor Pohl says it's called a protest, but the Weld County, which is Weld County, is actually trying to secede into Wyoming. Like, they're trying to switch states because it's a border county. Just because of how unfairly that our current administration is treating the rural counties. So there is merit to it. There is a push for it, but it takes a huge act of Congress to do that, though. But like if we're talking about shit hit the fan type scenario, then all bets are off. It's gonna be, the thing is though, it's gonna be urban versus rural. I agree with Honda on that. That's ultimately what it will be. It won't be Mason-Dixon line.
Is there a band called Night Strike?
Yes.
I hope so. I hope it's a Satan-fueled band.
Because I was looking for a picture of Night Strike so that I could download it and then put it in some sort of a picture editing software and draw a mean mustache on him so that Daniel could be placated. But all I'm finding is images of fucking this band called Night Strike. That's not
what is
actually
the deal with Night Strike having a mean mustache? Like, that seems to be a recent development.
Well, he is the god of development,
like
the
as
creator.
of this chat.
He's the alpha and the omega, so he's responsible for everything in between.
He is the beginning and the end.
He's responsible that the mean mustache man got rejected from art college or whatever.
I have another thing that I was wanting to bring up, and it has to do with brainwashing people. And we see the stuff, whether it's like Tim Pool or even the left media starting to bring up, and they keep talking about civil war and civil war. And what I think they're doing is a form of brainwashing where they get people kind of more accustomed to the idea, where they're wanting to push people in that direction. Because, I mean, that would be the ultimate way of, if they had something like that happen and then they were forced to come in and quell the rebellion, then they could get all kinds of control. And I think they're trying to push the population towards that by constantly just, it's not like on the front page of the news, but they kind of got that little story there in the back of your mind. And, doesn't matter if it's left-wing or right-wing media. And it is a form of brainwashing. It's a way that they get you accustomed to an idea, and they grow it over time, whether you agree with it or not.
Here's something that I've noticed. When you travel around, and even just in the United States, right? You're in one regional area. You're used to the level of propaganda that they've like climatized people towards, right? And then when you go to a different area, they have a different climate there. Like things have moved along either more slowly. Like when I was traveling to California during the pandemic, right? Colorado is where it was. And I was kind of used to that, and I assumed it was like that everywhere else. I went to Utah, and it was completely different. Like everything was just normal, and people were walking around without masks, and no one gave a fuck. And then you get to Los Angeles, and it's like you can't even go inside the gas station to prepay without a mask on, and they freak out on you and fucking, you know what I mean? Like right
Yeah,
then
I've
at that
noticed
point
that.
in time, hold on. Right then at that point in time, it was very indicative of what was going on because things were happening so quickly that depending on where you were, they had moved so far or they hadn't, and it was very obvious as to what was going on right then. And I think if you go to other countries, like they're dealing with all kinds of different things, and they're in a different state of propaganda. But I think most countries around the world are kind of on the same page because they go to the same meetings and they kind of want to, you know, like wrangle the world in the same direction.
I think what you're talking about is called the G8.
Right. And I've noticed that driving across the country, the differences not only from state to state, but especially rural to urban. And that kind of goes into the states' rights too, as in what they were allowed to do locking down. And, part of it saved us, part of it might end up being our demise. I don't know. But there's a huge difference between California and Texas. But then there's also a huge difference between if you're in the neighborhood in Houston and you're down on Montrose and Westheimer and all that, and Richmond, and then you go to Cleveland, Texas, which is like 45 minutes north, and nobody throughout the entire pandemic gave one solitary fuck about a mask. But then you go down there, if you don't wear a mask, they will treat you like you're a terrorist.
Tara, I got treated like a terrorist by someone I was going to hook up with just because I didn't have the vaccine ×3 and wore a mask all the time in public.
Well, that shit's been going on for a while, though. It's just more apparent now. Like for instance,
seriously, like it's like there's two different Americas, though. Because
for instance, though, when Trump was first running, I was talking to this chick, right, and like things were going pretty well, and then one day, for whatever reason, because things were starting to get political, like we had a discussion about, like Trump basically. And she asked me some questions and listened, and then we like never fucking talked again.
Sorry, that was an Amber Alert. They still haven't got a handle on her yet.
Honda, I'm really fucking wasted right now.
Well,
know that.
Cool.
There's a lot of weird fucking noises and shit coming through. That's for sure. This whole fucking chat is ruined, but it's okay.
I've been trying to.
No, it seriously is. Like, if you go back and watch this, I bet it's unlistenable.
No,
anyway,
I mean, there's patches, but
yeah.
Sorry.
I'm trying not to now.
I just wanted to hop in.
Between like fucking what was his name? $5 gas, and then fucking clickety click click clickety click click on your gun and Amber Alerts.
Can I get an Amber Alert? Because I'm on my phone. But I just want to spend for a minute because y'all were talking about a subject at the time that I had literally tried to do a chat over, and I'm not drunk, but I'm having issues with whatever they gave me at the dentist, and I'm really not feeling good.
You Novocaine, or what did they give you?
You're good, Tara.
I don't know, but it's like a reaction to it. My head hurts really bad. I'm nauseous, and my thoughts are like when you stayed up for too many weeks and your like dreams and your realities start kind of blending a bit, if you've ever been there.
Yeah, I have, man. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Daniel Alexander says, back in Illinois as a brown dude, I would go into the store with the meanest face I could hold, and extremely rarely would anyone say anything to me. I made sure to shop at self-checkout. Okay, I've noticed this working with the public. You get occasionally, more than occasionally, quite often, the black dude with the mean ass look on his face walking through. It's like, I don't want to talk to you now. But it's not because you're black. It's because that look on your face.
What I found is that most of those guys are just really, really gay, and they don't know how to hide it.
I haven't found that at all. I think it's more just like whether it's a dude or a chick. Like, there's plenty of people that have, you know, what's called resting bitch face. Like, they just don't realize it. Like, yeah, like I've been accused of it before, where it's like, fuck, dude, you look pissed off, and I'm like, oh, sorry, like, didn't mean to. Like, I'm just kind of like chilling, whatever. Like, I didn't mean to have my face look like I was gonna stab you in the throat. Like, my bad, you know.
Well, that, and I'm huge, so it's like I intimidate people, and they don't want to talk, and sometimes it's good though, because sometimes I really just don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to grab my shit and I want to go.
Tara,
See, I've got a face that says like, "Hey, everybody, come talk to me." And sometimes
I have that too.
I don't want to talk to people
I totally
all the time.
feel you, Tara. I have the same thing. People are like, "Oh, you're so tall and scared." It's weird.
Yeah, or it's either that, or you get the guy that he's like, let's make basketball players, and I'm like, no, you know, it's you get.
I wish I could meet basketball players.
I just like how flat earthers thought that this is how Japan attacked Pearl Harbor.
I even have my computer. I know exactly what photo you're looking at.
Anyways,
like, seriously, how did Japan attack Pearl Harbor if not for the flat Earth?
They went around the circle. They went around the circumference.
Anyways,
I say for truth, I'm a little intoxicated right now.
I'm gonna have to go because I really need to lay down and everything. I just wanted to hop on there and put my 2 cents in, since it was a related topic. And
Tara,
I thank you for letting me on the show.
Tara, we love you.
Yeah, well, good having you here.
Yeah, Tara.
Well, I'm usually driving, and you really don't want that noise. So
that's very true.
I would be on more often.
Fair.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you so much. I'm going to get out of here because I really do lay down before I fall down.
All right. Well, have a good night. Be safe, okay?
All right. Bye-bye.
We love you, Tara.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Check this out. Vampire fucking killer kit at the flea market.
I want it.
Like a black powder vampire killing kit is pretty fucking cool. If you ever
This
seen
is
one.
the coolest kit I've seen in a while. I want it.
That's one of the ones I'm talking about. Like they include like snakes and hammers, and fucking black powder revolvers and fucking daggers.
At a flea market.
Yeah, flea markets are cool.
I want to see someone make a modern day version. Like, someone should make a modern day version with like a 1911 or something.
So, what would be your guns for vampire hunting, Angry?
Okay, so if I had a vampire hunt, right?
Yeah.
That's a good question, because
I think
I figure you're running
the main
bullets,
gun
right?
has to be a Mossberg 590, right? A pump action shotgun is perfect for hunting vampires. Payload, man. Like, payload matters.
Yeah, but if you're just running silver bullets, I want capacity over a slug. So in that case, I want something like,
yeah, but like, are you gonna run the risk of like 1 silver bullet not stopping them? What about 9 silver pellets, man? Buckshot.
Yeah, but then that's bulky and shit. Like, if I'm carrying stakes and other shit, because I want something for like.
See, I figure like a pistol or something with like extended mags is like your secondary, right? Like a Glock with 32 round mags.
Actually, here's my answer. The perfect weapon for that is in Blade 2. They had, and I would love to fucking have the money to recreate this Ron Perlman's character had those Berettas with the blades on them. Do you remember those?
Angry,
man.
you're
I don't-
roboting
I
like a
don't hear you.
motherfucker. Like, you sound like you traded your fucking router in for a potato.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
glad
let me
it's not
hop
just me.
back. Hold up.
I'm not gonna let you hop back in. No, I'm just kidding.
Bye-bye.
Oh man.
Who was it? Was saying Left Nut Leonard saying, "Why is Honda on edge tonight, dude?" I don't know. It's like a combination of shit. Like,
I
work
love
has
you,
been a
Honda.
motherfucker. Work has honestly been just like a fucking bitch, and I can't even explain to you guys. Like, I know I've said it before or whatever, but honestly, like, words don't fucking do justice to the bullshit that I deal with on a regular basis. And then I finally like get through Friday, Saturday morning. Okay, done. Okay, let's do this chat on Saturday night, and everyone's just like with their fucking shit and like this.
I love you,
Constant hanging
Honda.
right next to the fucking microphone. You know, and then like
I love
run
you,
on
Honda.
sentences that don't go anywhere and don't stop and with no point. And I'm just like, oh, like all that's getting to me. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Things have been getting to me a lot lately, though. And I think it has something to do with just the way that the world's going and where my focus is. And I haven't had fucking time off of work since January 20th was the last time I took like actual time off of work. Like, I've been working constantly since then. So it's been over a year since I've had a vacation, and like, dude, just so much shit, man. And then things just suck in a way, and I'm trying not to let it get to me, and it kind of has been, and I'm sorry.
I love you, Honda.
So
I apologize for my verboseness.
it's me, dude. It's not anybody else.
I'm sorry about the gun noises. I should have muted.
It's fine. I was making a point because, again, you ever just get like fucking salty in your blood?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad I can be that person for you, Honda.
I'm just salty as fuck right now, and I got to figure it out. Because, okay, so like to get through work the other night, like Wednesday night, I show up to work, and I just get fucked. And I'm like pissed off the whole time and trying not to be.
I love you.
Thursday, I walk into work, and I get fucked. Right? It wasn't even like, you know, we're playing just the tip. Like, it was a full plunge until the fucking cane came out inside of me, and it was rape, right? It wasn't consensual. It was not fun. So last night I show up with a water bottle full of vodka.
Oh, God.
And I got through the night, but it still wasn't fun. Just it was less fucking shitty because I was drunk the whole time. But like, should I have to get drunk to get through a shift? Apparently I have to, because that was the only way I could do it without getting pissed off the whole time. And I've just been dealing with fucking bullshit, dude.
I'm so
It's okay.
drunk right now. Like, I love you, Honda. That's all I feel.
Did the tipping lady come back and want some of that special service? She needs to come back, man. I need another night like that where it's just great and everything was good and I made a fuck ton of money and
I love you.
It hasn't been like that for a while now, and
or am I still robot and like a motherfucker?
Angry always robots like a motherfucker. It's kind of hilarious.
you need to pay $5 more a month for the internet or something.
Yeah. Shit, right?
You're splitting it with Heavy, and he's taking the lion's share.
Oh shit!
Hold up, I
Is he game while you?
Windows. Is that any
Is he
better?
home right now? Is he like gaming?
He's streaming right now. Yeah, so maybe
Yeah,
that's
like that might be half of it, man.
we
You
have
know what you should do?
People
Just
be
like,
fuck you, man, and, like punch him in the face.
we have top tier internet too. It's weird. Like in the last 2 weeks is when it started to robot like a motherfucker. Like before then, it was never an issue.
did you unplug it and plug it back in?
No, I didn't do that yet.
That's what fixes it. Because it starts fucking up, and it's just like, well, it's going to continue to fuck up until you unplug it.
Am I roboting right now, or?
Yeah,
a little bit. Like you come in and out.
Let me see if I can close this.
So, what do you think? 870 versus Mossberg 500. Which shotgun would you pick, Honda?
Mossberg 500.
500 versus what?
The 870.
I mean, I don't have a 500. I've got an 88, which is basically a 500 with just some cheaper parts in it or whatever.
Yeah, it's the same gun.
And I would put the 88 against the 870, to be honest.
I think, honestly, the 88 versus the 870, the 870 loses because I like how the 88 loads. Like that no loading port thing, like just being able to drop in shells and shove them into its vagina is nice.
An older 870, I would say maybe beats an 88, but the newer ones, yeah, 88 all day. And then definitely 500 over there.
I agree. Especially older 870s are very cool. I would take an older 870 over a
in a heartbeat.
Yeah, a pre-Freedom Group Remington 870, absolutely.
Oh, for sure. That would be bitchin', man. Like a Wingmaster converter.
The answer is always Benelli.
What are you saying, Angry? You break up.
Benelli?
I said the answer is always Benelli.
Yeah, Benellis are nice. I have a Turkish clone of a Benelli M4 right now, and I actually quite like it. I'm thinking about like getting a stock and extended tube for it and making it kind of like a, hey, you're my girlfriend and I don't want you to die. Hold this gun and shoot anything that walks through that door. I think that would be a cool gun.
That's what revolvers are for. Hey, you don't know how to use a gun? Here.
Well, a semi-auto 12 gauge is kind of the same way. Like,
I thought that's what belt feds were for.
Anything up, right? You put slugs in a 12 gauge, and you will fuck anything up.
What is it that Clint Smith says? Like, it will remove a pound of fucking flesh.
Yes, it will remove a chunk of the dude and throw him on the ground.
Just aim for the penis.
Yes, shoot his dick off, man, with a 12 gauge.
Because no one has armor there.
I started drinking when Honda said that we were going to start drinking, and like I think I had too much vodka. I'm very drunk right now.
I was drinking an hour before the chat, but all I can think of is just like as someone busts in and be like, "Have you seen that motorcycle video?"
I have my Flex Raider in my hands right now without magazines because I'm not stupid, and like I really like that gun, man. I really like most guns. I'm a gun fan.
You are a fan of the firearm.
Yes, you might say I'm a fan of the weapons. What's your favorite gun, Honda? Like, you own a bunch of guns.
I don't know.
Like, favorite one he owns, or just favorite one in general?
Well, I mean, if you love it, you'll own it, right?
Not necessarily.
Not if it's like, unicorn tier.
Well, unicorn.
Okay, like if you were like Honda, you have to sell all of your guns except for one.
Yeah.
I'd have to keep the AK.
I feel that way about the Flex Raider, man. I love that fucking
But
gun.
you'd almost have to break it down into handgun or rifle, because I would be compelled to pick a handgun because it's more useful and you can keep it.
See, every time I ever thought about keeping one gun, I always ended up keeping two, a handgun and a rifle. Because, like, how do you choose between those?
Yeah. I feel like they go hand in hand. Like, you need both. So, yeah, I would be in the same boat. Yeah, I would be in the same boat. I'd probably keep my AR carbine, and I'd probably keep my P250.
I think the real argument for this is, like, look at how cheap a fucking handgun can be had. Like, you can't tell me you wouldn't keep a Taurus G2C and a Mossberg 500. And that's pretty goddamn cheap, man.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, the one I would keep would be my PWS because it has the reliability of an AK, but the ergonomics of an AR. I love that rifle. That is my go-to. That is my when shit hits the fan, I'm grabbing that bag.
So-
That's it.
My two are the Mossberg 590 and the Sig 320. And my argument is, like, the Mossberg 590 with slugs or buckshot will take down anything on planet Earth. And then the 9mm 320 is just like, anything personnel-wise you could take care of with a pistol,
Angry.
right?
Yeah.
Do you have a pair of headphones that you can plug in versus your wireless ones that you're using, and try those out? Because it sounds like you sat on your fucking headphones.
A little bit.
Really? Okay, hold up. Let me try to log in on my work computer because that has plug-in headphones. It's just easier. It's a little bit better computer. Let me try that. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
So as far as pistol though, as much as I love my 9mm and my 45s, my 357 revolver, my Smith & Wesson, I
can't go any
What
way
Smith &
but a
Wesson do you
12-gauge
have?
shotgun and a 9mm.
65.
Okay.
Yeah, here.
I've got a Model 10 and a 686 and a 642.
I like your 686 plus Honda.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Although, honestly, I wish that I'd gotten the 4-inch barrel version still.
Yeah.
Man, the 4-inch barrel would be nice. I like a 3-inch, though, because it's like the perfect mix between carry and, like, using it. I'm going to go piss. I'll be right back.
I keep meaning to grab, to get different grips for it, because it's got the bird's head grip on it, on mine, and I want the full grip.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't want Hogue. I want, like, wood grips on it. I just haven't found the ones that I want yet.
Yeah, I want to get antler ones on this one. This is, I've seen those. Those are pretty cool. But this is my outdoors shoot everything one. So, yeah. And this is
cool, but they're goddamn expensive.
Oh, yeah. So this is what I was talking about, though. This is my my M3 US holster. Like, so I go camping. It doesn't interfere with my backpack or anything else like that, my heavy pack. So, yeah. It's my favorite. It's a lot of fun to shoot. It's really easy. I'm really accurate with it. Light trigger.
My Model 10, Smith & Wesson Model 10, has the fucking best trigger of any gun that I have, though, to be honest.
Ooh. I gotta try it out. I'll let you try out this one.
Like, the double action is the best double action on any revolver that I've had, and then the single action is better than any other trigger that I own anyway. And then Matt has the same gun as me. He's got the same Model 10 that he got at the same time. And he's gone through all of his guns and, like, compared the triggers, and he also says that it's the best trigger out of any gun that he has, too. So there's something magic about those Model 10s that Duke bought 5 of and then sold all of.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that still pisses me off.
Yeah. Sorry, is this better? Am I still
Yeah, dude, that's 1,000,000% better.
Oh, wow.
I think what it is I think my wireless headset was fucking dying. Usually it starts to act all fucking ape shit when it's running low on battery, so that's probably what it was. My bad, dude.
Jesus Christ, the hairs on my neck aren't standing up anymore when you speak. It's amazing.
Well, I guess I gotta change that then.
No, I would definitely like to try out a Model 10 though. That sounds really awesome, especially someone me with a finger thing.
I am so drunk that I could barely make it to the bathroom, Honda.
But you did make it.
I did make it.
You're like, as people that have aiming devices, as I was once told, like, we can just piss in a bush though, so it's kind of
or a bottle.
Well, like, my aiming device,
you can piss in the sink if you need to.
My aiming device is not what yours is, probably. I have to pee sitting down.
I had a roommate who would be like, "Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom," and then be in there for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So if you had to pee, you had to figure something out sometimes.
I feel like they weren't peeing.
I mean, like, sometimes it's peeing, and sometimes you have a lot of stuff to do in the bathroom, right? Like,
you could do that in other places,
that's
not
a
the
cute
bathroom.
Doggo.
Oh,
That's the kind of doggo I like.
border
It
collies.
is cute. I'd take that doggo.
I do like border collies, but they're a pain in the ass.
My cat doesn't like dogs, so I can't have a dog right now.
Their high energy is the problem.
You just have to walk
Right.
them a lot. Yeah, that's the
I
I had
honestly
one.
think I'd be happier with a dog after my cat dies.
I had a border collie Australian Shepherd mix. He was 50-50. And he was the smartest dog I've ever had in my life. But if you didn't take him out every morning and throw the frisbee and like let him chase it at least a dozen times and then run around for a while and take him for a walk and bring, if you did all that, then he was a good dog. But if you were like, you woke up late and you're in a hurry and you didn't have time to do it and you just gave him like a quick walk and came back in and went off to work or whatever,
They have to
When you
expel
got
that
back
energy
home-
somehow. Yeah.
when you get back home, all your shit's fucked up.
Yep.
Here's what I would say, Ray. I think you said about the whole cat dog thing. Like, I am a dog person through and through, 100%. Like, I love my dog without measure, right? But when it comes to, now granted, if you're someone that doesn't travel a lot or things like that, dogs are great. But if you like, cats are easy, especially if you travel. Like, you just leave fucking extra food and water out and like a
my
fresh litter
cat-
box. And it's
My
cool.
cat isn't easy. I rescued him as a kitten, and he thinks I'm like his mom. So like when I leave, he thinks I'm dead, and like it's a whole thing. It's kind of sad. I love that cat, but like I look forward to a day when I don't have to worry about what I have to do about that cat while I travel.
All right,
Yeah.
Angry, your audio is a million times better,
But am I super loud?
and I can hear you breathing into the microphone through your
Yeah,
nose.
you're
every time
very
you breathe.
loud.
Hold up. Let me tune it down. Let me know if this is better.
I just fucking
Am I better
dropped.
now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good, dude.
I had the
I'm just never gonna
sensitivity
be
way-
happy tonight. It's fine. It's fine.
It's all good. It's because it's my fucking work mic, so it's like half the people I speak to on any given day are like, "Huh? I can't hear you." Like, god damn it! Like, fucking get better cell reception, motherfucker.
Man, the world is spinning for me right now.
When will the
alcohol
spin
does
stop
that.
rooming?
You spin me right, right,
You
right,
spin me.
So I heard you talking about when we meet up that you want to like sit down and do an Indiana Jones style drinking thing.
Yes, we're gonna do the Indian.
Wait, what the
And
fuck
just
is
so
this?
you know, just so you know, I will kill you.
Okay, I'm in.
I wonder though, who wins,
I'm really
you or
big.
Matt?
I'm really big.
Matt might be able to drink more than me because he just drinks so much all the fucking time that he's
Well,
probably got the tolerance regardless of altitude.
I think,
But
you
because of the
underestimate how
altitude
much
in
I
which
drink.
I've been training for this little competition, I'm not really worried about anybody, to be honest.
I'm curious to see if your altitude training holds up against my sheer size.
That is true. Like Ray's much, I shouldn't say much, but is bigger than Honda.
Well, like Honda's probably what, like $180, 220, somewhere in there. I'm 450, and that's skinny.
Ooh.
That's skinny Ray.
Damn.
Yeah, and like 6'4" or some shit. So
Yeah,
like,
I'm 6'5".
yeah, so
You're a human Sasquatch.
Yeah, I'm really big
that would
and
be
a girl.
interesting, but
It's
So
really
is Patty.
awkward when men fuck me, to be honest.
Brian Naus says, I run a craft beer channel. Next time I make it to the Great American Beer Festival in Denver would be fun to grab a beer. Yeah, man, let me know.
Oh yeah,
I'm down.
interesting.
I'll drink a beer.
It's a little tough. I mean, my schedule is fucking full a lot, but I can usually find a day here and there to fucking do something.
I'll
Hey,
be
Brian,
right back.
I
I gotta go
got
grab that flask out of my fridge.
I'll get a
and
beer with
figure
you.
out what the fuck's in it.
Warned, if you have a beer with Ray, like there's a reasonable chance you get laid.
Ray,
Yeah.
if during this Indiana Jones style drinking thing you try to do something, it's not gonna go well. Just so you know.
It's gonna be so good.
Daniel says y'all better stream that shit.
Oh, we gotta stream that shit. I'll like show up in a white gown.
Oh, Brian, he's down to go grab beers when he's in Denver. All right.
I'm so wasted right now, Honda. I'm not gonna remember this conversation.
I'll just get some cranberry juice from the bar and spill it on your white dress.
Okay.
Strawberry works better.
I'm down. Defile me.
Back Alley says a couple weeks ago, Ray Ray said himself and Angry would not be having kids. Ray Ray, maybe you would just need to get some liquor in him first.
I would have
having
kids, but I don't have a vagina, so it makes things complicated.
Well, it could be like he's inferring you both get drunk and just, adopt some kid from some country.
Yeah,
like Angelina Jolie does.
Adopt an army of child soldiers with me. I'll be mom, you can be dad.
I guess we could look at libs of TikTok.
Oh, speaking of Twitter, did you see that they took out, oh God, what's his name? They took down one of the most satirical users on Twitter who basically just posts hypocritical statements by leftists and Marxists. And they just suspended his account for no reason other than the fact that he quote tweets people. He just puts two quotes next to each other. That's literally all he does.
That's great. Like, honestly, you could make a career of just quoting people on Twitter.
That's what he essentially did. And they suspended his account, and he did nothing other than quote Trudeau. So,
well, I mean, Trudeau is quote worthy, right? He's like a Canadian Hitler.
Yeah.
So here's a security guy kicking a kid out of a mall for wearing a Trump mask. Go on talking about what you were talking about.
I'm just appalled at this. That's, because it's nothing like.
Angry, I have a question. How jacked up would the kids be if you and I raised them? I mean, they'd know how to dig a foxhole.
I don't know if Angry's here right now.
Angry left, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously, like they'd know Red Dawn and how to dig foxholes. I kind of had about a third of a bottle of vodka saved rule.
Kicked out for wearing a Trump mask.
Where was this at? Do you know, or did it say?
No, it doesn't say.
Oh,
I mean, like,
have you seen this motherfucker?
No.
Oh my God! Prepare yourself.
Is he a queermosexual?
Prepare yourself.
Okay.
Nothing scares me. Nothing. Yes, I doxed the truckers. I did it. It was me. I had to give send go, baby. And I'd do it again.
He looks crazy.
Wow.
I do it
Yeah.
times. I did it.
Ow.
I did it. Come at me. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me, huh?
Look at how he's moving.
What the fuck did I come back to?
God, it's crazy people.
I bent my thumbnail cocking a cig.
I hacked Truth Social. I hacked Go. Give, send, go. I don't care.
Fucking nuke it from orbit. God damn it.
Exactly. It's the only way to be sure.
By the way, the flask was filled with what I can only imagine is bottom of the barrel whiskey of some sort. And it's been in that flask for 4 fucking years. And it hurts a lot.
I love it. I love it, Avery.
I am literally.
Is it worse than the meatballs or on par?
Oh, it may be. We're gonna find out. I took a sip of it. I was like, oh, why is it spicy?
I keep getting drunker, like, the more this goes on. I think it's absorbing.
Yeah.
Well,
it does
how
that.
alcohol works is it takes time to press. Never mind.
And then you broke the seal.
Angry, apparently we're supposed to have babies. That's what I heard in the chat.
Whoa, what the fuck? A couple weeks ago, Ray Ray said himself and Angry would not be having kids. Ray Ray, maybe you just need to get some liquor in him. I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think that's how that works.
Also,
Angry,
no
if
offense,
you could
Ray
have
Ray,
kids,
you're
I
just.
would be honored to have your kid.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm sorry, but you're just not my type.
Yeah, I know. You like vaginas. You're like all stuck up about it too.
I don't even know what this person's saying, but why do they always have that fucking shit-eating grin smile on their face while they're saying something that'll piss people off or whatever, or is like a complete lie, or is a fucking bullshit, whatever it is. You know what I mean? They always have this look on their face
because they know it's bullshit.
They should be beaten with a baseball bat with razor blades glued to it.
It's a self-righteousness. I mean, honestly, we've been kind of dancing around it all night, but I mean, it's a kind of a longer quote, but it just reminds me of a quote by C.S. Lewis about like of all the tyrannies. If people know that quote, it's just basically the moral busybodies. To surmise it, is just that moral busybodies are the ones that are truly creating hell on earth by thinking they'll get to heaven, basically, like poetically put it.
Well, I always think of Jordan Peterson about him talking about like, don't go off criticizing the world until your house is in perfect order. That unless you can put your house and your life in order, you don't have a right to go out into the world and criticize anything else, because you've proven, at least at that point, that you don't have the ability to even make your own life fucking like work the way it should. So how should you be able to tell anybody else? And I kind of agree with that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's actually that's a really good parlay into the Lewis quote. It's really on point. It's basically you have people who have like, I think he ends it with like, to be they should be classified to infants, imbeciles, and domestic animals. They're just braying donkeys. All they're doing is just repeating things and thinking that they're morally superior. That's what that shit-eating grin is all about.
You're a braying donkey. Fuck you.
All right. I don't mind being called an ass. I've been called worse.
Braying donkey. That's a new insult for people.
But yeah, it's so true. And I think though, like what Tara was talking about though earlier was kind of interesting. It's like this whole time I've been thinking about like that line from Fight Club where it talks about how we're the people who serve your food, we're the people who clean up after you, we're the people who work on your cars, and he says, do not fuck with us. He has a guy's balls about ready to cut him off. And then, yeah, it's just like the true power is in like, unfortunately, it's just like they're keeping us all divided by petty little squabbles.
Well, and then another part about it is immigration, and this really gets to me, because the left likes to talk about how they care about the working class, and they want to raise people up, and they want to make things better for the inner cities and do all this stuff, while they let millions and millions and millions of people across the border. What does that do to the job market? Well, let's say you live in an inner city and you're looking for a job. Now you have to compete with 1 million illegal immigrants who are willing to do the job for less money than you are. So now you don't have a job. Okay. So now you go get an education because, you need to get an education in order to compete in the market. Well, you get out of the education system and it's like, doesn't count for anything because they lowered the standards so that everyone could get through. And now it's like a high school diploma. Like it doesn't, like seriously, like I know degrees matter, and it depends on what you get your degree in. Like if you get your degree as a doctor, you're a medical doctor and you're licensed and stuff to fucking do stuff, like that's great. Or if you're an engineer or something like that, or there's things that you can get degrees in that are useful, and you need to have the degree in order to do it or whatever. But there's a lot of people out there, a fuck ton of people, who are like, I'm going to get a degree in communications. I'm going to get a degree in art history. I'm going to get a degree in African studies. And then they get out of college and they're worthless. And then they blame the world for all of their problems because they made shitty choices and things aren't working out. And they've got massive fucking student loans and all the bullshit that they have to deal with, right?
Honda, the careers that are still good from college are not really careers. They're like vocations. Like if you're a doctor or a lawyer, that's a vocation. That's a legit thing that you can really charge money for. Much like being a blacksmith or a carpenter. those are the things that are actually worth money in a modern thing, in my opinion.
But you can become a blacksmith or a carpenter by doing blacksmithing and carpentry and learning as you go.
Very true.
No one's going to be like, yeah, my liver has a problem. You want to
Very
be a
true.
doctor, right?
Very true.
Or another one like, hey, let's build this building. Like, you like to build buildings out of stuff, right? Here, just design it. Like, you don't know shit about it. Like, you need to go to school for that kind of stuff. You need to, like, learn tolerances and be able to calculate things and use computer programs and do all this shit. And in certain vocations, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, I call it a career. Depending on the career that you're in, yes, there's a certain level of fucking education that needs to happen in order for you to get your toe into the fucking door. But the majority of the degrees that people are getting through school right now don't do that. And if it's down to a fucking job where they're like, well, you need a college degree to qualify. It doesn't matter what it's in. Do you know what they're going to be looking at more than anything? Experience. Because if they don't care what your fucking degree is in, they just want to make sure that you have a degree. Then they want someone who knows about something that they're actually doing. Like if it's a sales job or whatever, they're going to want someone who knows how to fucking sell shit. They're going to want to have someone in who can speak clearly and in complete sentences and enunciate and things like that. They don't want some fucking schlub off the street who can't fucking even put a sentence together, who happens to have a degree in fucking, like, some studies. You know what I mean? Women's studies or some bullshit.
Yeah, like the grievance stuff is good.
Uh-oh, we got more computer problems. Where that bald ass never enough ammo toe motherfucker. I don't know where he's at. He was dealing with some family shit last night or the night before or whatever. I don't really know what happened with that, to be honest. I don't know the story behind it. I did watch what's the name of this movie? There's a couple of movies that I watched in the last day or two while I was going to sleep. One of them I've already talked about. Showdown in Little Tokyo. If you guys have not seen Showdown in Little Tokyo, do yourself a favor and fucking watch that shit. It's glorious. It's an amazing movie. Like mid to late 90s, I think. Tia Carrera, fucking Brandon Lee. It's got Dolph Lundgren. It's got the dude who played fucking Shang Tsung. It's a great.
You mean Dolph Lundgren?
What's that?
You mean Dolph Lundgren?
However the fuck you fucking say it. Put a penis in your mouth and say it. That's how you say it. Anyway.
Lundgren?
The other movie that I watched, which I specifically watched because of how terrible it is, and it lived up to it. Every second of it was just awful. And so awful it was kind of good. The Barbarians.
I love that movie.
So it's like 80s movie. There were these like bodybuilder twin actor dudes who like made movies for a while in the 80s, and they made a movie called The Barbarians, and it is just gloriously awful, and you guys should watch that. And then the other one that I watched. Oh, good.
I was going to say what makes a good double feature is Hawk the Slayer with The Barbarians. Just throwing it out there.
I haven't seen that one, or it's been a while.
It's a great B movie. So go ahead, sir.
And then I just watched this today. There's a new Batman animated movie that came out called The Long Halloween, or like something like that. Hold on, let me look it up.
Oh yeah, The Long Halloween's great.
Yeah, Long Halloween. It's a 2-part series. It's like 3 hours altogether, all said and done. It's actually, if you watch them back to back, it makes a pretty good movie. And it's got good twist. It's really well done. I liked it, and I'm a big Batman fan, and I don't care what Never Enough Ammo and whoever else out there who doesn't like Batman because reasons. Fuck you. Batman's awesome.
I like Batman.
Mask of the Phantasm is actually probably one of my all-time favorite Batman movies. The animated, the very first animated, I guess you say, Kevin Conroy animated Batman movie. That one sticks out. It's just
Anything voiced by Kevin Conroy is gold.
yeah.
Well, there's a couple of I just went to this site that you can go to that has stuff and typed in Batman, and there's a bunch of like Batman Bad Blood 2016. I don't know if I've seen that.
There's a shitload of Batman movies. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, like 2 pages of Batman movies.
Under the Red Hood is really good. If you like The Long Halloween, check out Under the Red Hood.
I mean, it wasn't so much the animation was that great or anything like that, but just the storyline. The story was really well done.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, that's rare in 2022.
Oh, absolutely, it really is. Batman Year One is also a really good one. I think I saw it on that site. That one stuck out to me as really solid, good adaptation of Frank Miller's Batman graphic novel.
And then there was another one that I tried to watch that I couldn't get through, and it was Batman vs. Dracula.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like some weird, like early 2000s animation, and I don't know. I didn't want to watch it. After I got like 10 minutes into it, I hit stop.
That one was made for like kids specifically. It wasn't like treated with the same verisimilitude that the other animated Batman features are. One of my weird collections I have is the DC Direct animated features, like with like they do Justice League, Superman, Batman. Because I went to school for cartoons and animation, so that's kind of my wheelhouse a little bit. So, yeah, I was just like, so you got on a subject I really enjoy here. But yeah, those were like really solid. The Batman Dracula one is like kind of like Superman versus Brainiac. It came out at the same time. They were just made for like younger, kids basically.
I always thought Brainiac was a good bad guy to fight against. Like I always liked him as a bad guy in the cartoons.
Yeah. I mean, especially the thing is like I know it's really hard to like a lot of people like back when I was working in comics, a lot of conversations I had with the other pros would be like, how do you make a villain challenging for Superman who guy could do everything? The thing is, you just got to think bigger than him, and the thing is, Brainiac was bigger than Superman. I mean, it's just it's like the Borg, it's an artificial intelligence that can be put into anything and take over anything and outnumber you and outthink you.
This is what happens if you don't move your truck. They pry it open, jump in the back with guns, and pull you out. How is this not
terrible.
military? Like, these dudes are dressed in military fatigues. They've got military weapons. But it says police on their back, so I guess they're police.
That's a subject I really do want to talk about.
There wasn't even anyone in there. No one was even in the thing. They just decided to break into it. Got it.
Yeah, because they wanted freedom in French, apparently. Actually, you touched on something there, like the militarization of like police. They're all just like operators and like ready to go SEAL Team 6 on just some civilian who maybe an informant said that house might have some narcotics in it or something. And it's I don't know. It just seems like excessive to me because it's not like they're going up against like cartels or anything else like that. These are just like I don't know. I find the police militarization a little bit disgusting, personally.
It's just not needed. And the thing is, like, the governments that are exercising extraordinary powers that they're not actually like supposed to have, don't know what to do when it comes to peaceful protests. Like, if it's a violent protest, easy answer, right? If it's like a small protest that no one's paying attention to, easy answer, just ignore it. If it's a big, peaceful protest, they don't know what the fuck to do, and anything that they do to stop it only makes them look bad. And so there's no real good answer as far as they're concerned. It's just like a cost-benefit analysis as to which one causes more damage to the ultimate goals that they're trying to achieve right now. And if it's we have less damage by kicking the people off the street and arresting them, that's exactly what they're going to do every time.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I was just going to ask you though, like, okay, because we see what they're doing to these peaceful protesters, and I think this will age just about as well as the 1960s images of them hosing down civil rights marches, right? But like, what happened with the riots though? Like, in 2021, the police standing back. I mean, it happened in our own city. We saw that. Or allowing them in Seattle to do the Chaz thing and not just going in and hosing them out with fire hoses and pushing them out, like, and just allowing it to happen. It's just like, I don't know, the juxtaposition of the two. It's just like, it's like when they're burning down a city, it seems like pretty obvious attempt to me, like just, open up the fire engines, right? But like when they're actually peacefully, they're not destroying buildings or shoveling the walks, like you said, salting them and everything up there and giving food to, and propane for the heaters. And yet they're breaking into them with like full on body armor to an unarmed populace. It just doesn't sit right with me.
TC says talking shit on college as a server is just ignorant as fuck. Okay, well, if you actually listen to what I said when I was talking about that, instead of just bloviating with your own fucking ignorance and dumbness, I think it's dumbness. That's not ignorance. That's just stupidity, right? There's a difference between ignorance means like lack of knowledge, like you haven't actually learned about a thing. Stupidity means like your ability to learn. I think you are particularly not that bright if you didn't catch what I was saying from what I said. And if you actually met any of these kids coming out of college these days, you'd probably agree with me as to their stupidity, because honestly, these kids coming out of colleges are both ignorant and stupid. So that's like a dangerous combination of having someone who has credentials who's both ignorant and stupid, but thinks that they're smart, right? It's like fucking dangerous as shit. But what I was actually saying, TC, was it depends on what you get your degree in. If you're going to college for something that's actually useful or that you actually need a college degree for, great, more power to you. If you're going to college for a fucking art degree, you are dumb. And if you were advocating that people go out and get a degree in art, fuck you. That is all.
As someone with an art degree, I can actually agree with that.
I mean, there was a point in time where if you got a degree in, like, I don't know, some sort of digital design that had art with it, it was very useful. But then everyone was like, oh, that's what I want to do. I want to be in art and computers. And so a million
the market
people got
became
that
saturated.
degree.
Well,
and now it's like anything that you do costs nothing because there's a million starving artists who just want to make a digital thing for you for 50 cents.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But what I was going to say is, like, you have to compete, like what they didn't tell you in college when you went to art school and they're selling you, oh, you can get this $60,000 a year job back in 2002, like as soon as you graduate with your associates or whatever. What they didn't tell you is you have to compete on a global scale, that the internet exists and people can make art and the thing is though, they pay, that $50 for whatever logo to somebody in Uruguay goes a lot further than, you spending the same amount of time and talent here, in the States. So
that's the thing. Like I'm an executive recruiter, so like that is my job. And there are plenty of people that I speak to every single day that are like, oh, I do X, Y, Z. It's like, okay, cool. The problem is you might do it better than the guy in, the Philippines that's doing it for a tenth of the price. But the problem is a lot of organizations, not all, but a lot of organizations are going, at the end of the day, price over quality. And they look at that and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to go pay this guy, $10 an hour or whatever to do the same thing that you want $30 an hour for. It sucks. Like, and they have to compete with that. And like, granted, every now and then you have an organization that's like, hey, we've been doing this for so long, like, we'll spend the extra money to have someone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing or is kind of more qualified. But 9 times out of 10, like, they're outsourcing overseas for that shit because it's cheaper.
Oh, absolutely.
TC says, I've met a lot of college-educated people who extremely successful. Are extremely successful. More than any server I know. And the thing is, at my work, we have probably 60, 75 employees, something like that. Of those that are servers, probably like half of that, right? Half of those people that are servers have a college degree.
Yeah.
And
I've known
most
several
of those people, I make more money than on a nightly basis because I work harder and I'm actually smarter than them. And I can do more things. And I'm, you know what I mean? Like I just have these skills that they don't have. And
Well, you've been in the industry
college degree
longer.
doesn't matter in that case.
Yeah.
I know.
And in fact,
I mean,
it
I know.
really doesn't matter because they have payments for their college that they have that I don't have. So every penny that I make is mine to keep to spend as I will, versus they get their paycheck home and a portion of it goes to paying student loans. So really, I'm doing way fucking better than them and I did go to college, by the way, motherfucker. I just didn't finish because I had a kid in the middle of it, and when I was going to go back, I had a second kid. And then before we could even get back on our feet from that, me and the ex were broken up, and I've been fucking treading water ever fucking since. So shut your fucking mouth about things that you don't know about.
And yeah, it's like
Go ahead.
it's really ridiculous to pile on like with saying that just because someone didn't go to college or finish college or didn't get the like saying, oh, they're a stupid person or they're going to make less money. First off, I'm way behind in life, even though I have a BFA. Okay, I'm far behind because I had to pay off $250,000 in total student loans. All right, so yeah, and for a useless degree where I'm working construction, even though sorry, I won't get into it, but I think TC is immensely wrong. And when he deems as people who are intelligent, they're just indoctrinated and they all agree on the same points because they've all been like fed the same
Well,
garbage.
it's a logical fallacy, right? It's like saying people who in the NBA are tall, and I want more people to be tall, so we're going to make more NBA teams so that there's more tall people. But the thing is, like correlation does not equal causation, right? Like the correlation is that people in the NBA are tall, but that's not the causation of being in the NBA. That's like a side effect of being good at basketball means that on average you tend to be taller than the average person. And when you extrapolate out the total people who play basketball into the very top of the best of the people who play basketball, then you're going to have an average taller person who's in the NBA than in, society, right? But by expanding, like saying everyone's now on a basketball team doesn't make anybody taller. Everyone's exactly the same height that they were before. It makes no difference. You're just changing, like, you think that by having a degree you're making people smarter. I'm saying that people are as smart as they are regardless of the number of them that have degrees.
And I don't think like, and here's the thing, like with TC's with that comment, I mean, I think it's kind of bullshit because most of the servers that I know were also college graduates. Like they just did serving on the side as like a extra means of income or what have you. But that being said, like I'm not, and I get it. Like in this chat and a lot of Matt's chats, like we do kind of ragtag on the whole college, like higher education bandwidth, which I have my own issues with it, right? Like I went to college and such. I don't think necessarily being college educated, is a bad thing, but you have to be in the right degree at the end of the day. Like, granted, there's some positions like I work for that organizations, they just want to see a college degree. They don't care if it's in something related to the job. They don't care if it's fucking, I have a college degree in liberal arts or whatever the fuck it is. They just want to see a college degree. But that doesn't mean that person's necessarily successful, right? At the end of the day, you have to have a college degree in something that actually makes sense if you more than likely want to have success in life. Like you have my sister's a perfect example. She went and she got her master's in journalism. She's a fucking server right now. Like that's what she does. She is a server right now because she can't get a fucking job in journalism because there's a million people that went and got degrees, whether it be bachelor's, master's, whatever, in journalism, and the market's just saturated with people, and there's only so many positions to fill.
Most high-level government jobs, for example, require degrees, and the government sucks at everything that they do from front to back, top to bottom, left to right, every direction. They have the exact opposite of the Midas touch. They are the least efficient way to do things. Like if you're like free market versus government, look at like NASA versus fucking Elon SpaceX, right? Like SpaceX, if they want to change something, they change something right away. Like, oh, we need to redesign this, but they redesign it. NASA, it's like, well, it's got to go through a committee, and we got to see if we can spend that money, and blah 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 blah. And then like 6 months down the road, they've they changed the bolt size or whatever. Sorry, I'm dying.
So I see what TC is saying in the chat, and here's the thing. Honestly, first off, it's like, yeah, and I agree with Angry. Like Angry, that was very apt what you said. That it is about getting the right degree. Absolutely. Like in the STEM field, like something that's needed to have a degree, like to become a medical doctor or any medical professional, right? You need a degree, or a lawyer, it makes sense. But the problem is, though, it's just like what you were talking about, like the other thing you're saying, though, is like, you work as a recruiter, is like they don't care if your degree is not related to the field, just as long as you have it. That's a huge problem to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's like, okay, so you get someone who majors in grievance studies and they come out like with nothing other than just repetition. They don't know how to actually learn. They didn't learn anything. They just recited what they were told. They were given a fact, repeated it back, and got an A or passed, whatever.
And the thing to kind of piggyback on that, like, because I've had discussions with some of these hiring managers and such that had those requirements, and granted, some of them that's just like the business hand me down, like, oh, we need a degree, like this, old school people, whatever, fucking the old guard, if you will. This is what we need. But some of them having that discussion with them, like, is a bachelor's degree that necessary? It's like, well, or we're willing to sacrifice for if they have enough years of experience. And the reason they want the bachelor's degree is because at the end of the day, and not with all organizations, but with some of them, they want to see a degree simply to showcase that you're willing to commit to something for that length of time. Not to necessarily say that you earned anything or that you have intelligence in this area or knowledge in this area. It's just to show that you are willing to commit to the process for this length of time, which is, bachelor's degree, 4 years or whatever. Some people
Right,
a little
and a
bit
degree
more.
these days doesn't mean like, hey, like it used to mean we have taught you how to critically think outside the box from different points of view, put yourself aside, like put some facts together about the world and how the world works, and come to answers that are unique to your situation. And regardless of what field you go into, it's useful. So therefore, having a degree means something. Versus now, what does a degree mean? It means that you can remember and repeat things that you cram for on a test for a good enough grade to pass, that you can show up to a class when it says 8 o'clock, you're there at 8 o'clock, and that you can like finish your homework and turn it in on time. That's what it says.
It's indoctrination. Indoctrination.
And it shows that you're good at being a little sheep. You're good at following along. You're good at taking orders. You're good at not thinking and just doing the thing mindlessly that you're told to do. And like, honestly, if that's what a company wants, then yeah, hire some college educated fucking penises. But I think honestly, like if I was starting a company, it would be about interviewing the people and like, depending on what it is, right? I mean, if it's like for a sales position, I don't care about your education history. I care about your ability to have a conversation with someone and make them feel like personable and comfortable and able to like express themselves and have a conversation. And if you can't do that, I don't care what your level of education is, right? Versus if it's like an engineer, like, yes, we're going to look at your engineering shit, right? Like that's different.
Yeah, if I'm hiring like a accountant, I want you to have like your CPA and shit. Like I don't. Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, and it's funny kind of talking to these people. Like again, like I do this every fucking day. Some of them do just want the indoctrination shit. Others like actually want the skill sets of said role like to showcase through, and it really depends on the organization. And and I'm by no means, to go back on TC, like, I'm by no means one of these people that's like, you should never go to college, blah, 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 blah. I just think that too many people are forced into college, and the market's definitely changing, because I've been in this market for a long time. And when I first started off, like, it used to be everyone, you had to have a college degree. And nowadays, a lot of organizations still want that, or they're willing to sacrifice for the experience. And I think at the end of the day, with a lot of these jobs, not all of them, but with a lot of these jobs, experience speaks more volume than having a piece of paper. Not that the piece of paper is necessarily bad. I mean, you do develop a lot of things in college. You build relationships, you find, lifelong friends and shit, you make connections, what have you. But there's a lot of people that go into way too much debt for what it's worth. And that, I think, is the dangerous part.
Well, and then if you were to do the math, right? Like 18 years old, spend the next 4 years in college, so you don't start working until you're 22. And that amount of time, let's give it a nice round $100,000 worth of debt that you end up with. A lot of the time is going to be way more than that, but let's just say $100,000 worth of debt, and you're out 4 years, right? Versus 18 years old, and you go into a trade like electrician or something, and like they start off paying you $20 an hour or something while you're working and getting an education. And in a couple of years, you get a pretty big raise once you're an apprentice or whatever it is. You get to the next level, they start paying you like $30-$40 an hour. By the end of 4 years, not only are you not $100,000 in debt, but you've been working for 4 years, so you've got like $200,000-$300,000 in your pocket from money that you've earned from working that whole time. So you're like $300,000-$400,000 ahead of a college student at the time that he graduates, right? Now, if you don't end up making a fuck ton of money at the job that you get right out of college, you're just falling further and further behind. And if you do get a job that makes a fuck ton of money right out of college, it's going to take you a couple of years to even get back to fucking even with the electrician dude.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, like, especially in like high risk, I guess you would say, career fields, or like very oversaturated career fields, you're left with like going against networking. Now, if you're not networked or plugged in the right way, this happened to me. I'll just give my life as a specific example. But after college, right, after I got my associates, before I went and got my BFA, because I thought that would help me out because of this, it was like, okay, it encouraged me to go to SIGGRAPH and go to LA and basically, shop my reel around and stuff, like my student reel, go to different studios, things like that. And I did that for about 6 months, and it was hell. But but the thing is, I noticed every time they gave the job, there's always to somebody who went to Cal Arts. Right, they went to this school that the person who was hiring, who was like, who was looking for animators or looking for storyboarders, they went to Cal Arts. So it's like that, like, little insular networking thing. So if you were just from a different network, for me, because I went to Art Institute, as opposed to Cal Arts before I went to SVA, like, it was just like, it was ridiculous. Because the thing is, it's not only even though you may have been more qualified than the person who got it, it was all about networking. So that's something that's like, even if you have a college degree and you may have like the talent, the skill, the drive, and the courage to go break forth and do something that's even risky, it still doesn't matter. Like, unless it's all about who you know.
Well, and it's also about what kind of support system you have too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you are on your own to figure things out and pay your own bills and do your own shit, and if you can't pay it, it doesn't get paid, and you're out on the street. It's
Exactly.
a lot harder to take a risk like, oh, I'm going to go take this unpaid internship and put, 25 hours a week into a job that will make me nothing this entire time that I'm an intern, and maybe lead to a job or maybe not afterwards. Like, if you have mommy and daddy there holding your hand and paying your bills that you can't pay and things like that, like, fuck it, yeah, dude, take the chance. Go do the internship. If you have a 1-year-old and a fucking bitch of an ex and like all this stuff going on, and if you don't pay it, like, you're homeless and your kids are starving, it makes it a lot harder to make those kinds of decisions. And I'm not making an excuse for myself, but I am saying that, there's extenuating circumstances, and you can't just have one formula for everybody that works for everybody all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And moreover, you also don't want to waste your time doing something like a stupid degree. And that was my whole point. I'm not saying don't go to college. I'm not saying that college degrees are all bullshit, but I'm saying there's a lot of college degrees that are bullshit, and that by getting one of those college degrees, by making that stupid decision because you're pushed into it by society and by your parents and by everyone else going to college and saying that you need to because that's the thing that everyone does, that you're actually putting yourself in a bad position. You're making a whole lot of debt that you're going to have to pay off. You're basically going to be like, okay, let's look at Jolly, right?
Mhm.
Perfect example. Jolly just got done with college. I forget, what's Jolly's degree in?
I don't know. And Angry, I think he stepped away for a second.
Oh, damn it. It's something to do with like media or video editing or something like that. It's, one of those degrees, right?
Hmm.
Which there's a fair amount of, like, honestly, like there's actually a fair amount of demand for that type of thing, but you have to be willing to start off at the bottom, right? You got to be able to start off making nothing, which means now you've got a fucking shit ton of debt and you're making nothing to start off with. And eventually, if you're really good at it and you gain some contacts and you get some popular people you're helping out and they're paying you, then yeah, you're going to do okay, right? But you got to get to that point first. But what is Jolly doing right now? Well, the first thing he did was got a job at an ice cream shop that he was working at while he was in high school, and then found another job at a warehouse where he watched a 15-minute YouTube video so that he could get certified to run a forklift.
Oh man. I mean, that's
Again,
like
I'm not saying that's like how everyone's going to end up, and I'm not saying that that's where Jolly's going to end up, because this is just a stopgap measure, I hope, until he finds something better. But the point is, like, yeah, like, would Jolly at this point have been better just working his way out of high school all the way until now? Yeah, he'd have a lot more money.
mm. Oh, absolutely. And plus, like the experience and probably, would have been better off like further into the company he's working for now or something to that effect. TC, the reason why I say an art degree is bullshit is because the professionals who I worked under said that essentially it was. And to be an art teacher, again, it goes back to the graphic designer thing. It's an oversaturated field because it's where a lot of dumb people who think they're creative got their degree in. Why do you think there's so many crappy high school art teachers? So I just want to acknowledge that. But I mean, he can have his own opinion, but I fervently disagree with him based off my anecdotal experience. But
And you
yeah,
say, oh, he chose to go back to ice cream serving or working at the but it's like, yeah, he chose that because that was the best choice that he had out of the options in front of him. So,
yeah, it's kind of like why I went back to construction after, I got my BFA, and like I had to work for free, but I still needed to make money. And the trade I knew was, installing sprinkler systems and putting in sod and hauling rock, what I did in high school. I mean,
yeah, that's not easy work, dude. Like,
no,
I've done a little bit of that shit. It's hard.
no.
It's hard on your
Yeah.
body.
Oh yeah, I have lots of body pain problems. That's why I need to get back to going to the gym again. But even though I work with, with my hands all day, but yeah, it's the reason why though is like, okay, so I, after I got my associates, did the art school thing and went out, tried to, work with some studios and got some internships, and it went nowhere. After they ended, they just ended. And so I had to come back to Colorado. Then I got a BFA, and I thought, well, I could be an art history teacher, or actually, the reason I went and got that was so I could work in art restoration, restoring paintings, things like that. Yeah, because everybody thinks every artist thinks they're going to be the next, gallery artist or whatever. But like, I had a more realistic approach to it. And again, the entire field of just the arts in general, visual or music arts, is just filled with really dumb people who think, they're talented. So that's essentially what it is.
Like, okay, another good example. My ex, right?
Mm-hmm.
After we broke up, like, we were both going to college while, before kids, and while she was pregnant with the first one and stuff like that. And then after the first one, I finished that semester and haven't been able to go back since, right?
Mm-hmm.
she got remarried and had someone supporting her who was, working a normal job so that she could work very part-time and go back to school for art, where she spent, I think it was like $8,000. This one specific thing, dude. She spent like $8,000 to go to New Mexico for like a 6-week art extravaganza where they like learn from these people and do all this stuff and paint with acrylic and da 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 da, right?
Yeah.
Well, after 3 years of this, she dropped out of art school because you're not going to get a degree in art that pays you anything, and she finally realized it. And now she's going to school for nursing. So now she's going to have like a 7-year nursing degree.
God. Oh, man. It could almost be a doctor with that amount of time.
Yeah, like God only knows how much fucking debt she has. She's still going to school. And when she finally gets done with school, she's going to have like $200,000 in student loans and like a third of her paycheck every month that she gets from being a nurse. And granted, nurses make pretty good money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But good money minus a third isn't so good, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, for me, I had to really work really hard, but I'm completely debt free in 2019. That was my biggest accomplishment in life because I had about $250K in student loan debts and credit card debts trying to make the dream happen. So it was. Yeah, and that was like, but now I'm at a place now where I'm starting to actually build my life forward, and I'm going to turn 40 in almost exactly 1 year. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, when was it that I went to school? It was 21 to 24. I went for like 2.5 years, and then 24 had the kid, stopped going to school. 26 broke up, right? Spent 2 years fucking just trying to not die. And then it was like 28, 29, I paid off all my debt. And I've been debt-free for the past 10 years.
Isn't that a great feeling, though, like when it's gone? It's just, it's the best.
Not really, because like, I would just look at those bills and throw them away. Like,
you're like... Really,
what sucked was when I started paying them. And I'm like, God damn it, it's like... And the thing was, like, when I was going to school in the early 2000s, I was going to community college for a little while. It was Metro is where I was going, Metropolitan State College of Denver, which is technically a community college, even though it's a university. So you kind of get both. It's like the best of both worlds. You get university, but you get in-state community college prices.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I was paying for tuition. It was $1,000 per semester. And then by the time you registered for all of your classes, it was up to like $1,200, $1,300. By the time you paid for all your books, you were just under $2,000 per semester. And I was making enough money back then, before kids, to where I basically didn't have to take a loan. Like I had a little bit of money saved up when I went to school, paid for the first semester. I made money to pay for the second semester while I was in my first. By I think it was the third or fourth semester, I'd finally like run out of money and had to take a loan for that semester. So I did get one loan for one semester. And that's all I had to pay off. It was like $6,000 by the time all was said and done that I had to pay them to get rid of that, which really isn't bad compared to some people. But I was paying for it as I was going because I was working my ass off, living within my means, not going out, not spending a bunch of money, like every day I was either working or going to school every single day, 7 days a week. And I made it work, but you can't do that now.
No, there's no way because of student loan things. And,
tuition is so much that there's no way that you're going to be able to like work at a waiting job or wherever part-time, pay for rent, pay for food, pay for everything, and save enough money to pay off your fucking tuition. There's just no fucking way you can do that.
Well, and the thing is, though, especially if you live in an area like we do where it's almost impossible to, like, if you make, like a starting wage, like $30,000 to $50,000 a year, which is actually, it's not minimum wage, but it's not like, what's needed to live here. Because, like, you wouldn't want to pay more than a third of your income for rent or, housing, right? But yet the housing prices, see, it just depends also where the market is as well. But like when you get out or when you're trying to do it while you're there, trying to survive, balance, going to school full time and working full time. It's just, yeah, it's just the tuition is way too expensive, and because the tuition is dependent on those government guaranteed loans, the predatory loans. TC and Brian had a little back and forth that kind of related to this. First off, the 250K that I owed was because I went to SVA in New York which was 90K per semester for my degree, for my BFA, my Bachelor's of Fine Arts. So it's not just a medical field, and unless you become like a director, like David Fincher, who went to SVA, the one guy who's super successful out of thousands that graduate each year. There's no way it's you're going to be stuck paying it till you're 37, like I was. So
a buddy of mine went to DU, Denver University, to be a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So he went undergraduate at CU Boulder, right? Got his 4-year at Boulder, and then did his 2 years at DU. Well, they do trimesters there. So it's not a semester, it's a trimester because they go year round.
Okay.
So instead of paying for your 2 semesters a year, you pay for 3 semesters a year. And their trimesters, I think what he said was $40,000 per trimester.
What?
So $120,000 a year for 2 years, and that's if you're done in 2 years. Some people take a little bit more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, everything from regular 4-year university. So 240 plus another, let's say 100. So you're looking at $350,000 of debt to become a lawyer, just to get to the point where you're able to take the bar exam, and then hopefully you can pass it. And then if you pass it and you're good enough, then hopefully you can get a job at some like podunk fucking practice where they do like divorce lawyer shit, where you work for fucking a fuck ton of hours and you get $1,000 for doing a divorce, right? You get like $1,000 a divorce is what he said. It was like $1,250 a divorce. So he'd do like 2 or 3 of them a week, so he's making tops like $4,000 a week, but he's got all of that money in debt. And it wasn't until my buddy went to a different practice where they were doing personal injury law
Mm-hmm.
that he actually made enough money to make a dent in his fucking student loan debt.
Yeah. And then the funny thing is like the lawyers I know personally, and it like just from my book club and stuff like that, talking with them, I was like, why? Yeah, I always asked them, why'd you want to become a lawyer? They said, I didn't know what else to do with my life. Like, it's always like this like kind of last ditch thing, like no one, I guess, like very few people, maybe very, very few people, but most of them were like kind of, well, went to college, didn't know what else to do. So, being a lawyer made sense. So
Daniel says chicks should just do OF. They make bank. What is OF?
OnlyFans.
Oh.
Which, I mean, he's not wrong. I met a chick that did OnlyFans, and she made insane amounts of money.
I mean,
but
college, while you're young, you get to a point where OnlyFans, you're a little too old for it.
That's the thing. Like, she's in her 20s. I'm like, fucking take advantage of it while you're young. Like, you can buy yourself a brand new Corvette and shit, like, pay it off, and like buy yourself a nice new condo and shit and pay it off. Like, do it while you're young, because once you hit like 32, 33, like, you're gonna start to wean off of that a little bit.
Yeah. I always thought it was funny that chicks in high school, like 17, 18, 19, were just like, oh my god, she is so hot. And then you see her when she's like 23, after she's had a couple of years of like legal beer drinking.
Yep.
The things are not looking so great anymore.
It's like reverse. Like the chicks that were hot in high school, most of the times, by the time they hit their mid-20s, aren't anymore. And the reverse has happened. Like the chicks that like, weren't really anything in high school, or like they're whatever. Like they're just there. Have actually become hot, like mid-30s.
I know a couple of chicks from high school that were hot back then, that were hot when they were 25, that are hot now. Like they're just fucking. They just got those genes.
There's some that hold the test of time, but not many.
Well, it's the ones that are like, my husband makes a lot of money. I you know, I run errands and do yoga. Like,
Yeah. Well, the thing is, so it's like it's always a shame when I see like these women who look great and they do things like, like the Botox or the what's that lip injection I'm seeing all the time lately.
Oh yeah,
Like I don't
I know
know,
what you're talking about. Yeah.
it's creepy. Or they're doing the ass like thing, or the breast reduction. That's another one I've been seeing lately. Like that's a crime against humanity. I'm just saying. Like
So
when
the breast reduction one, like I get with some women because it does cause like depending on their size, like back pain and shit like that. So I get it for some people, but yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head like when Jennifer Connelly had it done. That was just a tragedy. It was like my
I knew
personal
this.
9/11.
I knew this girl in high school who had like gargantuan fucking titties that were so big that they gave her like fucking problems, like her back and shit hurt and all this other stuff. So she had a breast reduction surgery, and they made them perfect. That is all.
I yeah, pictures or reference.
Only up here. Only up
Oh
here.
man,
Yeah.
no, but yeah, it's just like when I see like women who are just naturally beautiful, like they for some reason have like it's always like the ones that are like really naturally beautiful that like have that self-esteem issue, like they're not beautiful enough or they don't. Yeah, it's obnoxious and like they end up right by going for like all these beauty treatments and
The
it's
best thing
disturbing.
that you can do is just take care of your health, right? Like get enough sleep, drink enough water, get enough exercise, don't eat too much bullshit, and keep doing that. Like watch your weight, like that kind of stuff. Like that's the thing that's going to keep you looking younger for longer. Especially the
Oh,
sleep part of that. That's the one that most people don't fucking you don't really think about it. But if you don't get enough sleep on a regular basis, like it really takes a toll on everything. And suddenly you don't have energy to do shit or you know what I mean? Like you used to work out, but you don't anymore. And now you're putting on weight and you don't know why. Well, maybe if you slept more, you
mhm.
could those problems are systemic, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, and it's like a trickle down effect as well. It's like you're not your hormone levels change, and then that actually changes like your dopamine levels, which actually makes you even more depressed, and you're depressed. So it actually is a spiral effect of negative health, and then the longer it goes on, the harder it is to pull out of it. So
And what
yeah.
you eat really does matter too, though. Honestly, I don't know which one's more important, sleep or eating. I bet probably you're right. Food is the most important thing. Like if you're eating like good, proper, balanced, healthy diet, that's
Hmm.
probably the most important thing. But like even if you're doing that and not getting enough sleep, like you're not doing good.
Oh yeah. No, I think it's like it is an accumulation of all things. It's like, what detriments beauty is death by a thousand cuts. What actually elevates beauty is like layers of bricks, not one just pillar. I think, like and it's just like for all of our health. I think, like for me, like when I start running again and swimming, along with working and sleeping and eating a lot more greens and, just not processed stuff, right? If I lay off the processed stuff, even though I do love my carbs, I notice I do feel better. I have more energy. I'm able to do the things I love to do, and I think that also boosts. Just for me personally, I know my personal attraction. I notice women were more receptive talking to me than like when I'm in like kind of a phase where I'm just drinking and not sleeping and smoking cigars like crazy. So I'm
Well,
yeah.
it's really easy to sit around and like that's what your body wants to do, right?
Hmm.
Like, oh, I can't wait to just relax. I can't wait to just get back to doing nothing. I just want to sit here and watch this movie. You know what I mean? Like a drink tastes good. I want more of it, whatever it is. You know,
Hmm.
really,
Yeah.
what you should be doing is spending at least a little bit of time every day making yourself intentionally uncomfortable. And whether that means going to the gym and working out a little harder than you wanted to, or like being on your feet a little longer at work and putting yourself through like that, like strenuous activity or whatever it is, that is the thing that's going to keep you healthy for longer than sitting around and being like, well, like you'll end up experiencing less pain in the long run by intentionally putting yourself through controlled bits of pain,
Mm.
because later on if you don't do that then you will have pain whether you like no matter what you do, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. Just a fun little story to add to what you're saying. It's there was this guy. I thought he was like in his early 60s, and I was hiking up on the Collegiate Peaks. Anyway, I was over by Mount Princeton, and he was on the trail. He was actually going at really about the same pace I was, and I was stopped and got water just talking. And then I says, "Man, it's awesome that you're in your 60s doing this." He's like, "I'm 82." It blew me away because this guy still had a little like flecks of brown and black in his hair. Like he wasn't like when you picture an 82-year-old like at a nursing home like sunken
Joe
in. Just,
Biden.
yeah, he was like he was vivacious. He was like full of like energy, and he was just like. And what he said to me is like motion is medicine. This is the only reason why I'm able to do this is because I hike, I walk, I run, I don't stop. Because he says if I know if I do that, I'm going to slow down. I won't be able to do it again. I don't want this to be my last time.
Well, why do you lose bone density when you're in space? It's because your body's not using the bone, so it starts getting rid of it because it doesn't need it, right? Then you come back to gravity and your body can't handle it because you fucking lost bone density and muscle mass and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
If you're not constantly doing stuff, not constantly, but on a regular basis, getting up, moving around, stretching, using the muscles, picking up heavy weight and carrying it, like literally, then your body starts saying, well, I guess we don't have to do that anymore, and starts adapting to a sedentary lifestyle. And then once you have to do something, your fucking body can't do it anymore.
Oh, yeah. And go ahead, Angry. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, that was my grandfather. Like, up until he was, like, 92. Like, he passed away when he was 94. But up until he was 92, like, every fucking day, like, he grew up farmer, man. Like, grew up on a farm and shit. Like, and up until he was 92 years old, like, every day he was out and about in a garden, like, doing shit, like, manual labor type stuff. Now, granted, not as much as he was when he was younger, but he was still doing shit. And he was still like sharp as a tack, like still in pretty good shape. Like granted, he has a little gut on him and stuff like that, but like stayed pretty active and shit, and like was cognitive and everything. The second he stopped, I shouldn't say the second he stopped, but within like a couple months after he stopped, like his health started going downhill. And by the time he was like late into his 93rd year of life, he started getting like Alzheimer's and shit. Like that started showing up and like all this other stuff. And then he ended up passing away, like not knowing who the fuck he was and shit. But it was because he stopped doing all that stuff every day, like being out and about in society and like doing some sort of physical work every day,
Well, and it wasn't quite as a dramatic of a rapid change with my mom's dad. He died when he was, I think, like 85-ish, right? And he was a truck driver for a long time. So he'd spend 12 hours, however much time at a time, just sitting in a truck. And like his arms always worked well. He always had strength in his arms, but his legs started to degrade as long as I can remember. Like he had a walker when I was a little kid because his legs just didn't work right when he started to get older because the muscles had atrophied and he had knee problems and he put the weight on it. It hurts. So he didn't want to walk. So he didn't walk. So he didn't use the muscles. So it got worse. By the time he was 85, like 15 years later, I'm thinking, so like 60 to 8 or 70 to 85, he couldn't even walk anymore. Like you had to like go pick him up and put him in a wheelchair and wheel him around. It was sad, and like he was just not a happy dude for that entire time. And that's just a matter of like letting things go to they're at a point where you're not able to recover anymore, and like that's I don't really, I'm not trying to teach anybody anything here or anything like that, but that's something that happens. And if you're not careful, it'll happen to you. Like everyone's going to get old. Everyone's going to die. Everyone's going to have health problems and everything's going to get worse at some point in your life. So, I mean, do what you can to mitigate it. And I say that while I'm vaping. I quit smoking, but.
Yeah, same with me. It's because I vape and I drink beer, and I indulge in my vices, but I working to mitigate them. It's kind of one of those things that where us as people, we want those things that comfort us, but I think you're absolutely right. If we get uncomfortable, that's what actually keeps us around longer. Though doing those things like drinking water as opposed to just slamming soda or beer or whatever. I mean. I think all things in moderation is actually a really good motto. At least for me, that's what I've kind of learned this decade, I should say, of my life.
I feel a lot better from vaping versus smoking.
Oh, absolutely.
Because like I was smoking cigarettes and weed at a point, and God, dude, like some days by the end of the day, if you had a day off and you're just like, well, gonna go outside and smoke, come back in, load a bowl, smoke the bowl, finish the bowl up, need another cigarette, go out, smoke a cigarette, come back in, play a game for a minute, load another bowl, smoke another cigarette. Like Jesus, dude, I just like almost never fucking stop smoking. So I feel like even if vaping isn't the best thing for my health, it's certainly better than smoking like I was.
I have a relative who's actually a respiratory specialist. Anyway, he was telling me it's just like vaping's not good for you, but here's the thing: it's 95% better than cigarettes. So that's, he's just like, I won't put that in a medical paper, and I noticed the effects myself. Definitely, I can hike longer, I can snowboard longer, I can, work out longer, I could run longer, for sure. So. And I still get my nicotine fix, so I'm, I feel for me, it's a good compromise, personally. My personal choice.
I don't know, and I've noticed there's definitely some weird shit from vaping. I don't know if you've noticed this, but if maybe it's just me, I don't know. But if I accidentally bite my cheek a little bit, and I'm vaping without brushing my teeth and cleaning out my mouth, it'll get infected almost. It'll turn into a big ass canker sore. Versus that never fucking happened when I was just smoking.
Yeah, I get it because I get dry lips because I'm out in the sun and stuff all the time, so I get little cracks. And actually, I have one right now where one of the cracks got a little infection in it, from vaping. So, yeah.
And I've heard of popcorn lung. Someone said popcorn lung out there. I don't know what that is exactly.
So, from my understanding, this is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. So there's the glycerin that's in a majority of vape liquid or whatever can cause the effect of what people who worked in the popcorn factories, because there's the same because there's airborne in popcorn, like the microwave popcorn factories, and so the workers there got this basically called a popcorn lung. But yeah, something like that. And then so if you vape, but that's only certain liquids have that and others don't. Like the company I used to get my liquid from, they didn't have that. They didn't use they actually made their own stuff. Yeah. So I talk about vitamin E in the
yeah, I mean the stuff that I'm looking at right now, it's got vegetable glycerin, so yes, that's in there. Propylene glycol, nicotine, lactic acid, water, natural and artificial flavors.
Oh yeah, so.
But it's just vapor. You're just breathing the vapor of it. It's not like the thing that I always thought was bad about smoking was sometimes at the end of the night I would feel like the back of my throat was fried, and think about smoking bacon or a turkey or whatever. You're putting it in in a hot box smoker, and smoke's just going by it for however many hours until it's cooked. That's what I was doing to the back of my throat, almost every day. And over years of doing that, I pretty much have a smoked trachea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're it's nice and seasoned smoked Honda meat. For me, it was I definitely don't have the lung mustard. Remember when you were smoking cigarettes, you wake up in the morning and you had the massive amount, the hugest loogie, And
yeah, and I don't get that anymore either. I used to wake up and I'd cough up a loogie and it would have it'd be brownish fucking green, and it'd have these little brown spots of tar in it.
Sometimes blood if you cough too hard. That's what
sometimes blood.
Yeah.
I don't get that anymore at all. Sometimes I'll hug up a big fucking green one, but there's not black tar in it.
Yeah, and that's usually when you're actually sick. It's not just a daily thing, like it used to be with smoking cigarettes. Because I was up to, when I was at my worst, I was about 2.5 packs a day. And so, yeah, now it's actually I vape just when I have a little nicotine craving. Usually when I'm just drinking beer, but it's throughout the day, I think I'd take I don't know, probably only maybe 10 or 12 puffs,
Well, vaping
And-
was the only way that I could quit smoking. Because, like, I tried cold turkey several times. Never
Mhm.
worked. I'd always get, like, a couple days in and fucking freak out and have to smoke. I
Mhm.
tried the patch. So I'd put the patch on my arm, but then I'd still want cigarettes because there's something inside of a cigarette that you become addicted to that's not in the
Mhm.
nicotine patch, that's not in the vape, that's not in any of it, right? And
Mhm.
so I would end up smoking cigarettes with a patch on, so I'd be getting a double dose of nicotine. I tried chewing to quit smoking, which is not a good idea.
Mhm.
What else? I think that's it. Yeah, and then finally, like, I found a vape that I didn't hate,
Mhm.
and I just made a rule for myself, like, I don't get to smoke cigarettes anymore. This is it.
Mhm.
No more. If you want a cigarette, puff on this. This is your nicotine delivery method now. So that's, you're going to just deal with it. And it was pretty tough for the first couple of days because
Yeah.
I wasn't getting whatever it is that's in a cigarette that's not in the nicotine pen. And so I would just suck on the pen and 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 not get it and have like way too much nicotine, right? To the
Mhm.
point like where I'm getting like a nicotine headache because I've got so much nicotine in my body. And it was
Mhm.
dealing with that for a couple of days until I finally like figured it out, and then I got on like a rhythm and my body got used to it, and whatever it was, the addiction to that other shit like fucking stopped making me addicted to it, and then it was fine, you know, and it was okay. And
Mhm.
then now it's like if I don't have this thing in my pocket, that's when I get nervous.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm with you. I have a backup one in my truck,
I
just in case.
keep two on me at all times in two different pockets in case something happens to one.
Yeah, I have so right now, actually, it's funny you say that because I have my main one right here, and then I have my backup right next to it. So the thing was for me, I did what you did. I tried the patch. It made me nauseated, and I still wanted cigarettes. I did the lozenge. That was the worst thing. That made me. It tasted terrible. Made me want to throw up, and then I still wanted cigarettes. So I don't understand the point of the lozenge at all. But vaping, that's the reason I switched to vape was because I was dating, which was my ex fiance, and she just was like, I just can't do it, I can't do this anymore with you smoking. You just smell terrible. You're stinking up my apartment, blah blah blah, all this stuff. So even though I wouldn't smoke in her apartment, just it on me all the time. So I was just like, well, even though you shouldn't change for anyone, I just felt like, maybe she's right. So I just switched to vaping because at least it didn't have the smell or the flavor. She couldn't taste it on my lips or anything like that.
Well, and that's a
So,
huge difference too, right there. That while I was smoking, didn't seem like that big of a deal. Like everywhere I go, I just smell like an ashtray, right? My
yeah.
car completely covered in ashes at all times. Like if you're driving like 70 miles an hour down the highway and you open up the window all the way, like cigarette ash is just going everywhere for a minute until it clears out, just like that constantly. Like
Oh,
in the
yeah.
backyard, there's just cigarette butts because you aim for the can, but you miss, and so you just fuck it and walk inside. You do
Yep.
that a couple hundred times over a couple of years, and you got a big fucking mess that you got to clean up. Like
Oh,
all
yeah.
that little shit adds up, dude.
Oh,
Not to mention, like, I spend less on the vape things than I did on cigarettes.
oh,
It's
yeah.
like I'll spend $10 on this thing, right? Like a 2-pack,
Yeah.
and it almost lasts a week, right?
Oh, that's, yeah.
2 packs of cigarettes is $10, and that would last me 2 days. So it's like less than half the amount of money.
Oh, and it's like for me, I get the 24 milligram of the bottles, and each one of those lasts me about a month. And I bought a year's supply. I bought 2 years supply from when the company was going out of business because Colorado passed that vape law in 2020. So the company, because of regulation, even though they made an all natural product that was way safer than like the corporate Philip Morris vape stuff, they closed them down. So I bought 2 years worth of their stock, and I'm almost out actually. But
like I only do the menthol ones. I don't like the menthol, but they don't make the berry one that I liked anymore because of that fucking law. Because they're trying to keep kids from smoking or something. It's like, dude, you almost pushed me back to smoking because I had to get used to this shit, and I almost couldn't do it.
Yeah, and this is what's really stupid. Okay, so smoking, remember like when they banned smoking in bars and all that stuff for health reasons, and the government's like no smoking indoors and stuff like that. People are like, well, I guess we'll vape. So so we started vaping, and then they're like, well, we're just going to ban that, even though there was no trials, there was no is this actually really bad for you stuff. They just threw it in with smoking, just and the same with regulations. They're just like the FDA, just like, well, we're just going to ban it because like they made this.
Who makes the concentrated nicotine that they use to put in these things? I wonder. Like, is that the same tobacco companies, so they don't care either way? It's like half a dozen of one or 6 of the other. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
or is it like some other companies are coming up like, okay, well, we can produce our own, or we can buy it from you and do the thing, or whatever it is, and cut you out? I wonder if that's going on.
I think there is, because like Philip Morris got into the vape game like 5 years ago with the Views, like where they sold them at gas station stuff, the little Views pen, and that's like kind of when because they saw the trend, right? People can't smoke in bars, but at that time you could smoke, you could still vape inside, until they decided to throw vaping in with smoking, even though they're completely different. So I think
I'm gonna do some research here.
Sorry.
Oh, keep talking.
Oh yeah, so what I was going to say though is just like, so we're left with like, now they throw this in, even though it's unjustifiable, it should have been held to the same scrutiny at least cigarettes were on its own merits, but they just threw it in, which is utterly ridiculous, and it just still pisses me off, because it's like, because then they actually seem way harsher on vaping, even though like if you go to a reputable person like I went to, which was, this company doesn't exist anymore, so I can say who it is. It's Castle Rock Vape. They were closed down, and they were like 2 blocks from my house. Like, and this guy started a really good business. He was doing something awesome, and he had great, really high quality products. But again, they're like, no nicotine for you.
And I think this is part of what's behind it, because like the particular brand that I use, Enjoy, is one of the largest independent vaping companies in the U.S. Leader, blah 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 blah. Meaning, it's not Philip Morris. Meaning, it's not those fucking major like cigarette tobacco companies, at least, that are making the profit from the sale of this particular item. Maybe they're helping them to get the nicotine, though, is my question. I don't know, but how far back does that go? But yeah, like they're giving these bigger tobacco companies a run for their money, because they're giving them another option, giving us another option of something to smoke or get our nicotine from that's not them, and they don't like it.
Oh, I absolutely think there is some definite corporate cronyism going on with that. I mean, as far as like Enjoy though, I mean, when they say independent though, I mean, isn't technically like Philip Morris independent? I mean, aren't they their own conglomerate? Aren't they their own corporation?
All right, let's dig deeper.
I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious. This is very interesting to me. So I used to work at a cigar bar, by the way, and that's actually what made when I worked there, it was terrible because I was allowed to smoke all the time. So I constantly had a cigarette or a cigar in my mouth. It was, yeah, it was
okay.
Even
L8Nihgt, Chief Executive Officer of Enjoy. 15 years of experience, private, operated, blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's that guy. It doesn't really say anything about what he did before this. Like, it's not like he went from Philip Morris to...
Oh. Yeah, no, I was just curious, like, if it's like, I mean, it is an independent company, but aren't the people who make, Marlboro and Camel, like, Philip Morris and Winston-Salem, aren't they, technically as well independent companies? Because they're not publicly traded or anything like that, I don't think.
Whatever. I guess we're not going to find the answers to this on a live chat.
Oh man, this is an interesting conspiracy because I think it's related to the ATF.
Leo, I sent you a link. We're still going for a little bit if you want to hop in. I don't know how much.
Join us, Leo. Join us.
Join us. One of us. One of us.
One of
us.
One of us.
I think I sent you a link. Did I not?
May have to second guess everything.
Yeah. Well, I didn't send Matt a link that one day.
Yeah.
Leo. Today, 6:44 p.m. Link sent. Yes, sir, I did. 5 hours ago. Where are you? Where are you, Leo? We need you.
I see a lot of crack pipes in the chat right now. A lot of crack pipe questions.
Are those the government crack pipes or the?
I think one of them is like, just get the free crack pipe. I think that's the Biden crack pipe.
Yes.
Yeah, you
I'd
vote
like
for
to get
me.
a Biden crack pipe just to like frame it. You know?
Exactly. Oh man. And put it like right next to like a picture of Nancy Reagan, next picture of Nancy Reagan next to an arcade machine that says "Winners don't use drugs." Just
Can you vape through a crack pipe? I don't know. Could you? I guess so. If you like could make a seal on the crack pipe hole with your vape pen, and then just use it like a straw.
Yeah, it'd be tough. But you could.
Because you could use a straw. Like if you put like a straw around the end of your vape pen and it fit like snugly or whatever, you could use it just like a fucking vape pen still.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's also a way to distill cocaine into like vape, like liquid.
Vaping coke. Jesus.
See, what you do is you just take some methamphetamine and mix it with your nicotine juice, and then you put it into your vape pen, and you're good to go. You get your nicotine and your meth all in one.
Methamphetamines.
I bet that tastes like shit, though.
So
I would assume. I don't know what meth tastes like, but I don't want to know either. So
I'm just like picturing every time I hear meth. By the way, it's that remember that PSA commercial, that anti-drug commercial? It's like that meth, meth. It's like the girl cleaning her apartment.
Something all around, but you'll have the cleanest house in town. Meth, meth.
It's still in my head every time I hear that word. It's like the picture of a chick in her underwear, pulling back her fingernails and stuff.
But did she have to clean his house? I mean,
yeah,
that is the $1 million question. Like, I don't give a fuck what my housekeeper does as long as my house is clean.
Well, I mean, she'll be cleaning it as she's stealing shit to buy more meth with.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem.
Fuck.
If you have nothing worth stealing, then yeah, hire a meth addict to fucking clean your house. But then she'll still probably like try to sell your underwear or some shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I used that paint on my walls. Where the fuck did it go?
What is the weirdest encounter with meth head you've ever had? I'm curious.
I had a dude tell me that he was what did he say? It was something like, "We are the Illuminati," and there was like a couple of people together, and they were looking for the other pieces of the Illuminati, and they were wondering if I was one of them.
So, weirdest encounter for me, and I cannot guarantee that this person was on meth, but the fact that he slept for maybe 2 hours every 3 days leads me to think he was on meth. Great guy, by the way. But my strangest encounter was being picked up to go to the casino in a truck that I thought this gentleman had purchased. Come to find out, he had not purchased. He had stolen. But we went to the casino in a stolen truck. That was my strangest encounter.
That is awesome. That's like a Hunter S. Thompson level of encounter right there, man.
Yeah. The guy, great guy, by the way. Like, tons of stories out of him. But we got into this truck and we're like, "Hey, Dave, this is a really nice truck." He's like, "Yeah, it is." We're like, it's a weird response, but okay. He's like, "Yeah, this thing's fully loaded. Where'd you get it? Casino?" "What do you mean the casino?" "Oh, this ain't my truck." "Dave, whose truck is this?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?"
Oh my god! Now I'm just picturing all of a sudden, and then bats came out of nowhere from like
we pulled up to the casino. He revalued it at the casino, so I'm assuming the guy eventually got his truck back. We get out of the truck and he walks over to a bush that was by the valet and he pulls out a mason jar just like full of, I don't know, moonshine or Everclear or whatever the fuck it was, takes a big swig of it and walks back inside. We're just like, "Oh, okay, well, this is the night we're having. Like, this is good."
I want to watch a movie based on that guy's life story. That is awesome.
This guy was weird. Like, he stabbed a house once, just like out of anger, like stabbed a house. Like here's a weird
I mean,
gentleman. Like
what did the house do?
I don't fucking know. He was just
What
like
was
angry.
it wearing?
Oh, he's fully clothed. Like this.
No, what
This
was the
guy
house
was like,
wearing?
oh, what was the house wearing?
I'm victim blaming the house is what I'm doing.
Paint, siding. I don't know.
I'm
no,
victim blaming the house. I'm sorry.
What color was the house?
Oh, it was white. So yeah.
Okay.
Don't-
So it's
no
white on
worries
white
there.
crime.
Yeah, white on white crime. This guy was like California surfer dude, but just like in his 40s and just a wild man. Like there should definitely be a book written about him. I honestly thought he was dead, and one of my buddies texted me like 6 months ago. He's like, "Remember Dave?" And I was like, "Fuck, I haven't heard from him in like close to 10 years." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, he fucking messaged me like out of the blue like a couple months ago." He's like, "Dude's fucking alive, like has a family." I'm like, "Holy fuck."
Oh
But
man,
I mean, you
this
always
guy's
hope if you knew someone who was on meth at one point and then you lost track of them that they're not dead, that they got off of it. But
yeah.
you kind of
Well, this
assume
guy's-
the other way usually, you know.
This guy's job is like he was a contractor. He did like government welding gigs. So like he'd work for government contracts all across the country. Like one day he'd be out at like, you know, a fucking oil rig or some shit, and the next he'd be at, you know, some, you know, military complex doing welding for their production line or some shit. Like that's just what he did. And
I'm
fucking
interested
wild,
in what Leo's crackhead / meth head craziest story is. I'm sure you got one.
Oh, he definitely has one.
Okay. What did I come in on?
Oh, we're just sharing stories about meth heads or crackheads that we've dealt with in the past. You know.
Oh, okay. I think I told y'all this. Let's see. This happened in November. Yeah, so this was like very recent when they should I say this like when this crackhead was trying to get me jumped by this homeless crackhead?
Go
Wait, so
on.
another crackhead was trying to get you jumped by another crackhead?
Yes. Because he thought I was fumbling around in his tent.
Oh,
I
so
can get that.
apparently we're not
Yeah.
calling them meth heads in 22. They identify as people of the rock. So, so Daniel dropped in $5, and that is the new term for crackheads, meth heads, whatever you want to call them. They are all simply.
Why
people
do I
of the
think
rock.
this is a cult led by Dwayne Johnson?
Right. Yeah, so anyway, like I'm trying to go to Subway. It was a Jesse Smollett thing. I was trying to go to Subway and get me a sandwich.
Chicago.
Yes.
Was it 2 a.m. and freezing cold outside?
Well, it was November, but it wasn't freezing cold. But it was around technically what? It was this around like 6 o'clock, so it was at night still. So I was just going to get me a sandwich. That's it. I crossed the alley near where that tent was, just for a shortcut. And the dude just come up right behind me, talking about, "Hey, you holding from us? You been taking from us?" I looked at him like he was stupid, and I just kept walking. So he walks behind me, just staring at me. Then I stopped and like, "Dude, who the fuck is you looking at like that?" He's like, "You took something from my tent, didn't you?" I was like, "Dude, back the fuck off." Then I walked off and kept walking. Then he just tried to call this dude across the street, like, "Hey, come here. I need your help," and shit like that. And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Dude, you gonna get hurt." No, said trying to call somebody else over. He was like, "All right, that's all right. I'll wait till you come back." I was like, "All right." Cause lucky dude didn't come across the street. He was like, "What? No, I ain't going." So that guy was smart, cause I was carrying. And if they would have tried to jump me, huh?
You ever seen the videos of the crackheads who steal a bike, but they have the bike like rigged up to like fuck them over when they do?
Yeah, like it's like a like a little fine string that they can't see that's tied to the bike tire. Like trying to run off, yanks them right back on it, or yank them right back off of it.
Yeah, like this
Something
one.
like
Okay. The bait bike prank. That's what they call it. I couldn't remember the fucking name of it. So yeah, they have this bike. They just leave it on a tree. at the top of a hill, and it's got a wire attached to the tree or whatever, attached to the frame of the bike. And the guy's like, "Oh, cool. Let me just take this bike." Oh my god, some of these are so like some of them the dude looks like he got hurt. Okay, he's sitting down, whatever. Skip ahead. Oh, okay, he's taking it.
Alright, it's my bike. Oh man, look at that.
It's so beautiful.
Dude, they just do it to person after person too is the best thing. Like,
Oh,
free bike.
I can't believe they don't even see the string, man.
Yeah, or they don't look behind them, or
That's why I think like some of these might be fake.
that wasn't even
No.
that bad. There's better ones than these.
Oh, my favorite one is the person who rigged it so the seat actually poked through, like the bar poked through the seat, so it went up their ass when they sat on it.
Yep.
That one is my favorite. That was like, oh, it's beautiful. I think it was like in Mexico or Guatemala or something. They did that.
Oh, he went face first, dude. They poured water on him?
Just
They poured
insult to
water on him.
injury.
I don't know why.
Oh, that's great. How does someone wonder what these people are thinking? It's like, oh yeah.
Oh my god, that guy got fucked. And they poured water on him too. Apparently that's their thing.
Jesus.
It's like a bottle of piss.
She's like, oh, I'm gonna spray water on you. I'm gonna put my bike back.
Oh, that's awesome.
Why are they all laughing when they're done though? They're like, I don't know.
That almost makes me think that's like
Yeah, like this is fake.
scripted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's find a better one then. Because there's this one that I'm thinking of where the homeless guy was not faking it. It's this one. Okay, watch this one. This is the best one ever. Because this guy's like drunk. And this is a hill.
Oh, he's gonna fall anyway.
Oh, he's gonna die. Oh shit.
Oh.
And like the longer version of the video, like he does not get up. They're like, oh fuck, like what do we do now?
I think he stays
Cut the
there.
cable and just run.
Oh my god.
I don't know why I like these so much.
It's
I don't
just
know. I don't like
deserves.
thieves, man. Like even when I didn't have money and shit, like I wouldn't steal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially
No,
like a
it's
bike.
Yeah, it's the lowest. It's the lowest form in my book because, like, especially when it comes to your point, like, especially when it comes to a bike. Like, if I think of a bike, I either think of like that's a kid's form of transportation, or it's for someone that like can't afford a car. Like they can only afford a bike, and that's their only way of getting around. Like you're taking their way of getting. Fuck off! Like you're a piece of shit.
I'm not gonna
I
lie.
agree.
In my teenage years, that was the thing we used to do.
Steal bikes.
Yeah.
I never stole a bicycle. I bought a stolen skateboard that my mom like I came in with a skateboard that I bought for my lunch money for like $5, you know?
Yeah.
And she's like, "Where did you get this?" And I was like, "I bought it for $5." And she was like, she made me fucking, you know, like track down the person who got their skateboard stolen and give it back to them, and I was out $5. And then there was another time when I was a kid. It's my mom both times, and this is why I don't steal. We were at Safeway, and Safeway had like you pop in a quarter and you press the thing in and you pull it out and you get like a cool holographic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sticker, right? And I found that if I just like pressed in and out and in and out and in and out and like a couple of times, like the sticker would start to poke out and you could pull it out. And then you do it again and you get another one. You do it again and you get another one. And I sat there and I got like 20 stickers. And we get in the car and I get home and like I hid them from my mom because I didn't want her to know, because I knew that she would know that I didn't buy them. And I got home and I was like, okay, cool. I'm home free. We're good. So I started putting my stickers everywhere in my room. And she came into my room and was like, "Where did you get all these?" Made me go back with her, like take all the stickers, get them back, take them back to Safeway, find the general manager of the store, and like tearing-eyed apologize to him for stealing and ask if he wants to call the police or not. That's what my mom made me do.
My mom did
Wow.
that to me once. I stole some gum from like our local grocery store or whatever it was. I don't even remember what it was called. I was like 4. And I remember like I got out to the car because I was like, haha, if I can make it to the car, I'm home free, right? I got to the car and like took out the gum, and my mom caught me and did the same thing, marched me back inside, like talked to the general manager, and like fuck that. From that point on, I was like, yep, I'm never stealing again. Like,
I wouldn't say I never did again, because I went through a little phase like in between. It was like freshman year of college, right? Like 18 years old, off on my own, don't have money for shit. And we found that if you went to King Soopers and filled up your cart with stuff like you knew what you were doing and walked out the front door, no one would question you. So, so that's what we did.
To your
when you're
point
doing
on
that shit, you're like, you know, if you need some cheese, you're like, okay, I'm looking at the prices, the different sizes. When you're not paying for it, you're like, what's the most expensive cheese? This one. You know, like,
this sounds bougie. So to be fair on that, yes, like when my buddies and I, after I turned 21, we'd go out to the bars. It wasn't stealing, it was acquiring. Like, oh, you gave us this glass for our beer. We thought it was complimentary. And like we'd walk out with it. Or like, oh, we're shooting pool, and like we don't have a number 6 ball. Like, this is something we need.
Oh my god.
So there was a couple months of that. Not proud of it. We tried to get a Jean-Claude Van Damme picture off the wall one night, but they fucking bolted it to the wall.
So Honda would appreciate this one.
Good.
When I was when we were 18, we would go to Dave and Buster's when they had ashtrays, because you used to be able to smoke in there. And we would go through next to every arcade machine, grab as many ashtrays. Me and my buddy used to make it a game how many we could fit in our cargo pockets of ashtrays from Dave and Buster's. And it escalated to glasses and things like that. So I just would. So yeah, by the end of the night though, like we'd get to the car, we'd have like 40 to 50 ashtrays between the both of us, just so we stuffed down our pants. We didn't need them. We just took them and smashed them. That's all we did.
Oh, see,
I remember like going to Dave and Buster's back in the day was goddamn expensive. You know?
Oh yeah.
You go to like a normal bar and you get a couple drinks, and they've got like an arcade or they got a couple video games. You put $5 in, you play for a while. You know, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're going to spend that same amount at Dave and Buster's? Like, nope.
No.
Drinks cost twice as much, and the games cost 3 times as much.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, like the last date I was on at David Buster's, I was like, man, would you look at this fucking bill? I didn't even care. Like, man, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Like, we went there with my friends one time, and I had 2 drinks, and I like shared an appetizer between like 3 people, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and I'm gonna leave money for my 2 drinks and a third of the appetizer. Here's $20. It can't be more than that, right? Mm-hmm. No, each drink was $10, and the appetizer was $20. So really, I owed $27, and I only left $20, and my friends were all mad at me because they had to cover the rest till I got back.
Oh man!
Because I figured $20, like, okay, that should be both the drinks, that should be a third of the appetizer, and there should be enough left over to like throw a couple bucks for a tip. Like, that should be fine.
Right.
No, I was like far off from fine.
I've had that happen before, where you're like, oh, just go to the bar with friends, and then they pick like a place that you never been, and you're like, oh yeah, and then, what you normally throw down like $20, and you find out, oh, it was $50 for your each Moscow meal was like $13 each.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be the way of things moving forward, because like the cheap places are going to have to start charging that amount of money for drinks, just because the overhead. Like, think about this, like the old cost of having a server in a restaurant. Does anyone know? This wasn't
No.
that long ago, like 10 years ago, 15. Nah, not even 15. It was like like 13 years ago, it finally changed for the first time, and it went from $2.13 an hour to like $3.25. So you got like a dollar raise.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went up a little bit more, and it went up a little bit more, and it's at like almost $12 now. It's like $11.50 or $11.75 an hour is what we make,
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually like it's better than you're actually getting an hourly rate that ends up as money on your paycheck, versus before like the $2.13 an hour, and I'd get my 2-week paycheck of working 40 hours a week, so I'd have 80 hours of $2.13 an hour. And my paycheck would say $0.00 because the amount of money that I had to pay on taxes on what I had claimed was greater than the $2.13 for all that time.
Damn.
Yeah. So it always used to be like like you make your tips. That's what you make. You don't make a paycheck. There's no paycheck. You might as well not even be paid. Like you almost don't even work for this company. On paper, you do. They don't really pay you. But now it's like you get a little bit of both, so it's nice. But because of that, they can't have as many servers on, right? So, like, think about this. Like, it costs them for every server that they have on the floor now, they used to be able to have almost 6.
So, when you file taxes, how would that work?
Well, so every shift that you work, like, let's say you make $100, right? So when you're clocking out, the computer asks you, how much money did you make today? And you say $100. And so it keeps track of that as part of what you make, right? And at the end of the year, they add all that together and say you made $35,000 this year.
But do you have to tell them on average of tips with that?
Well, I mean, the way that it ends up working, honestly, is if you get a credit card tip, you have to claim it. And if you get a cash tip, you're supposed to claim it. Now, there's any range of people who work in the industry that claim 100% of everything they make every night to 0% of any cash that they make at all doesn't get claimed. Most people land somewhere in the middle where, like, if you have, let's say, $1,000 in sales that's cash, you'll claim at least $100 from that. Regardless of what, like if you make $200 because you're making 20% all night, you'll claim $100 of that because that's what the government's not going to start looking at you with cross eyes because you're not claiming enough for.
Right, because that's what I was like worried about. Like, I mean, well, not worried, but like thinking about like how do you, like how do you go about like claiming like the cash tips? But like, okay, credit cards tips and all that. Okay. But I never worked, like as far as tips before. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, again, you're supposed to claim every penny. Most people claim something in between nothing and what they actually make. So where that lies for most people is usually 2/3 ish,
Wow.
But I mean, if like I had a friend who she wanted to buy a house, so she had to show as much income as possible to the bank to prove that she made enough to have the house. So she was like every shift at the end of her shift, like counting the pennies to make sure that she had every penny fucking accounted for. So when she claimed it, it looked like every penny that it was.
Well, and the thing is, so it's like this is what the whole obnoxious part is. It's like whether you work like under the table doing construction or you get like a tip for you work on tips or you tattoo artist stuff. I mean, like, what business is it of the federal or state government if you live in a state that does state taxes for them to get a percentage of what you make because they're gonna still get the tax money when you spend that money, whether it's in property taxes or sales tax. I hate the fact that we get taxed twice, and the fact though that you have to get taxed even though you're making under $100K a year. That to me is like ridiculous.
Dude, I had a friend. He was from France, worked at this restaurant with me, and he claimed like he had 7 kids so that they would give him every penny on his paycheck. And then every shift at the end of the night, he would claim like he made nothing. And then he wouldn't file his taxes at the end of the year.
Hmm.
And that was, as far as I know, he never got in trouble. I mean, I don't know him still, but
Oh, man.
they don't tend to go after. They don't, like, the IRS doesn't tend to go after like little piddly shit like that until it builds up to the point where it makes it worth it for them to go after it. You know,
Right. Some they have to actually notice.
right? And it's like, why do you keep putting $10,000 cash deposit into your bank account every month, but you're only claiming that you're making like $2 a month?
Right.
You know? Like when that starts happening, then they have your bank records. You're making these high deposits. You're doing all this stuff. Like they audit you. It doesn't add up. Now you're in trouble. You know.
Mm. But I mean, the thing is, isn't that what we kind of talked about, the $600? We talked about it weeks ago, but the $600 transaction monitoring that they instantly can check on, like whether you deposit or withdraw or anytime.
I'm worried about the level of integration to which things are, right? Because like they have facial recognition programs and like hooked up to your bank account, your cell phone, all of this other stuff that could be all tied in together. Like who knows what they're doing, and especially like companies like Walmart and stuff like that, where everyone goes, that are multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporations that have government ties and stuff like that. Like who knows what kind of technology that they have in their monitoring systems that when you go to like cash out or whatever. Fuck, my son's making noise over there. When you go to cash out and you spend $600 in cash. Like, well, why didn't he use a card? That's a red flag. I mean, look at post 9/11 fucking like red flags that they would do. Oh, if you're paying cash for everything, that's a red flag. You're up to no good. So they start looking for stuff like that. And how integrated is it? I don't know. It's scary.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, then it's like, what was that? I sent you that link. Well, I'm not sent you, but I put it in your Discord about the social credit thing that, like, what's it called? It's like 3 letters. It's E something R, I think, ESR or something like that. And how it's can be related to complete asset freeze, like, because right now they can freeze your assets if you're suspected of a crime, right? But they basically move the bar based off this new system, and it also affects your credit score and like pretty much everything. I mean, you can almost be pretty much evicted, completely destitute at the drop of a hat, and that's the scary thing.
Well, and that's what they've wanted for a really long time. I don't think they're quite there yet for simply doing things that are within the law, right? And having bad thought. Like they're not there yet, but that's where they want to go with it ultimately, is if you are someone who has free and independent dissident thought that's anti-government or whatever, then they want the ability to silence you, and they want the ability to turn your ability off to not only make money but to spend it. And then what are you then? You're just like a homeless crazy person, and they don't have to deal with you. It's like that dude from Office Space. They fixed the glitch.
Yeah,
so they don't actually have to deal with it.
Although he did burn it down, which is awesome.
I don't get my sleep there, I swear.
I mean, because Milton was awesome. But yeah, the thing, yeah, it's just like that's what they wanted. It's really easy to discredit someone when they're, a destitute, penniless, blabbing person on the street, but I wonder if it becomes a big enough trend, it's just going to create a literal serfdom again. I mean, is that the ultimate grand plan, just to relabel serfdom? Are we going back full circle to that, where you have this upper aristocracy and then all of us?
Because they don't need us like they used to. People are no longer tax cattle. They're no longer like serfs to work the land so that you can have some sort of extra grain to trade for something at the end of the year as the landowner. They are a cattle that must be fed, that doesn't have a product anymore for the most part. Like think about, like we're talking about the truckers and how it's accelerating the march towards mechanization, and you get that in every industry across the board from top to bottom, including things like lawyers and stuff like that, where like lawyer work used to cost a lot, but now you can go online and just like plug in a couple of things and a computer will pop out a fucking lawsuit for you, and you just pay a couple of bucks. Like it's really nice from our point of view, but at the same time, like all these people who put all this work and all this time and years of effort into getting a degree and working in a field are now being cut out of that field and no longer have an income, or have to switch a fucking career to something else. But Like, I think those things are starting to run out. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's going to be this whole new market of jobs that opens up in an industry that hasn't shown up yet. But the trend is these jobs are going away.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's been something with this whole trucking thing I've been really looking into. When you touched on it, I was like, wow, I've been thinking the same thing. It's like, the automated trucking thing, because the number one job in the United States currently that is actually a living wage that pays is trucking.
And going back to the serfdom thing,
Mhm.
like, it's the first time in history where human beings are not a resource but a liability. And these are business people, business-minded, financially minded individuals who are looking at their balance sheet and looking at things like assets and liabilities, right? And what do you have? What do you do when you have a liability? You try to mitigate it. You try to reduce its harm. You try to get rid of it. You try to dump it off on something else. And that's what they're going to start doing to human beings. Reducing the cost, reducing the output, reducing the mobility, reducing the choices, confining people into smaller spaces, feeding them less, giving them less options, using less electricity, less resources, and ultimately getting rid of them because they're not really doing anything, are they? They're just useless eaters taking up space and burning our precious fossil fuels.
Yeah, and the really scary thing, though, and this is actually something on other sociological part, is the fact that because that's the number one job in trucking is predominantly. I know we had Tara on, but like most men are employed by trucking in the shipping industry. So if you take away that industry, in the current state, like I hear women lament all the time, it's like, oh, there's no men worth dating or marriage material because they don't make enough money, right? Because of hypergamy, as a base. I know it's very reductive, but I'm trying to be fast and quick. But then the thing is, so now you have a huge majority.
You're right. Keep going.
But you have a huge majority of men. You have a huge majority of men now completely unemployed. There's no other field that's like equally comparable pay wise. So then now these women who are like, working their mid-level office jobs as insurance agents and stuff like that, still want a guy who's on equal level with them monetarily or above them. Now they're like going to be even fewer options equals fewer families because they're not, going to be cohabitating, making babies together, Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent too much.
It seems like the whole thing is trending towards a future in which the number of children that are born in first world countries, and this isn't just America, this is Japan, this is across Europe for the most part, this is Australia, every first world developed country has a lower than replacement birth rate for the most part. There's a few exceptions.
Especially in Japan.
And on top of that, they've got an aging population that needs a younger generation to fill the workforce so that they can pay the taxes to pay for the tax burdens of those old people. So the solution, and this is a socialist solution, is to bring in people because one person is just as good as another. And if you bring in an adult, then they can just hop in the workforce and start working right away and fill that tax burden and fill that missing piece of the society as if they were born there. But the problem is you bring in so many of those people at one time. Now you're doing a cultural replacement. You're bringing in so many people that they don't even have to learn the language. And moreover, you're paying even more tax money on average for those people that you're bringing in, at least in America, than you are for the average naturalized citizen who was born here. So now you have an even higher tax burden for an increasing population of people who aren't working in a future that is increasingly mechanized, where people are going to be seen as not tax cattle, but as a fucking liability. Like, I don't see how this ends well. I don't see how you end up with a strong dollar, with an economy, with, look at like the 1950s where dad worked, mom stayed at home. They had a car, they had a house, they had a TV, everyone had clothes and food, and everyone was fine, Now, if dad works, it's like maybe you have a one-bedroom apartment where everyone lives in the same hut together and you eat boxed macaroni and cheese every night, and if you're lucky, you get a can of tuna,
Oh, yeah, and it's just the whole systematic part of it. I mean, they're not building more single-family houses. Like, every time, like, even in this neighborhood, every time there's a house up for sale, like half the time they just knock down the house and build like a condo there, like on a quarter-acre lot.
That's a zoning thing too, though, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, that's really well. I mean, and part of it is pushed by the boomer fucking class of people who've like traditionally had money and have the big house, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got their big house that's worth $500,000, let's say, in a neighborhood, and there's all of these people who really, really, really need like a not $500,000 house to start off with. And they need a place to build it. Well, there's this huge field next to the $500,000 house neighborhood that they could build cheaper, smaller homes, single family homes in, but they won't let them do it because as soon as you start planning that, everyone from the $500,000 house neighborhood finds a lawyer and starts suing and starts lobbying the government to fucking not build it. So now that they can't, well, where do the people go? Well, then they have to build a high rise, right? Because now you have and you don't want to buy that, so you just rent it. So you never actually own anything. You just live there. I wonder how much money I paid in rent in my life. Ridiculous amount.
Right. No, and think about this too, as far as word goes. If the left actually get what they want, and we actually get a universal income in this country, who's really going to work then?
I mean, no one. Who's gonna look? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Who's gonna shovel the shit, right? Metaphorically, like no one's gonna want to do the crappy job that needs to be done. Who wants to be a plumber if you're gonna get paid the same as like somebody who does nothing, or you know what I mean? Or you're not gonna want to be a plumber.
Sit at home. Right?
Yeah. Who wants to unclog toilets?
This is a conservative estimate as to the amount of money in rent that I've paid in my life.
Wow. Damn.
I guarantee you it's more than that, but it's at least that.
It's so frustrating because then you don't own it, and then
nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm still alive. I wasn't homeless for that time.
Yeah. And I think that is ridiculous that apartments, like they keep building more and more apartments, not enough single family houses in neighborhoods. They're not doing that anymore like they did post-war, and then we have this population boom like from immigration, and then of course it's like, well, since like real estate's at an all-time peak, let's just instead just build McMansions for the people who are super wealthy and who are like the new single family homes. And then but like in the older neighborhoods, we're just going to build all these condos everywhere where no one gives a crap. So
here's the upper end of what I might have paid in rent.
Dude, that's a house, man.
That is a house. I should own a house. You're right.
Yeah.
It's a sad day. Sad day when I think about that. I don't want to think about that. Why did you remind me of that shit? Fuck you.
I'm sorry. My bad. Because I had to pay for the equivalent of almost a house in student loans. So.
Well, but that's an apartment in New York. So.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, that's not even the cheapest house in Denver right now. Yeah. We were looking at that the other day. Dude, check this out. Hold on.
As a matter of fact, that is a closet apartment in Manhattan.
Why would anybody want to live there? It smells like
that's a closet that you got to share.
Exactly.
So true.
But those apartments where you got to share the bathroom with the neighbor.
Oh man. Oh jeez. Like at that point,
so these are houses around me. This is the city that I live in, right? We'll go low to high. For the cheapest house, $500,000.
Wow.
It needs work. It doesn't have a front door. It's missing a window. The siding's gone. You're under, what do you call that? Curtilage?
The egress?
For the under roof area is missing. What else? Here, let's look at this place. 600 square feet. You get, looks like about 10-foot backyard.
Jeez.
Yeah, looking pretty nice. This is $500,000, people.
Yeah. Yeah, the house that's next to me is going for $400,000.
Here's the interior of your $500,000 house that you just bought.
It's not even. It's not just a fixer.
Oh, there's dirt on the floor.
Jesus Christ! You gotta finish it.
Yeah. So.
I
don't think if I ever buy a house, it's not going to be in Colorado. I might build a house in Colorado, like buy a lot, and then save some money and do this part, and then save some money and do that part, and then get a loan and finish it or something, maybe, you know? But I'm never buying a house in Colorado.
Yeah, it's dumb, especially in the Front Range. There's actually a guy who owns some near adjacent property to the property I manage for my uncle. He just owns property out here, right? Just open wild woods, right? Anyway, the guy adjacent, he bought his acreage for $10,000 like 15 years ago. Anyway, he has about like 4 or 5 acres, and instead of building a house, dealing with regulations and stuff, he actually built his own dugout. He's like one of those homesteader guys. He's a neat guy. But yeah, he built his own little hobbit hole, like in the side of a mountain. And that's where he lives. He's retired, so he's happy.
Okay, here's the cheapest house in Denver that's for sale. 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 513 square feet, right?
Oh,
and we are in it's like Lakewood, East Denver area, so not terrible, but you're going to look at some crime living there. You know, it's not going to be crime-free.
Right. Just a little crime. A little crime here and there.
Your car got broken into a lot, that's all.
513 square feet. That is tiny. That's smaller than my 1-bedroom apartment.
Is that like a mother-in-law house that they're like trying to sell? Like, or like, who would
this
build
room
a
is
house
big
that
enough
small?
for a bed.
Oh my god. And you know they took the best picture they could to make it look as big as they could.
Oh yeah.
Well, how much room do you need for the meth lab?
513 square feet.
Okay.
That's how much. There's a park nearby with some graffiti.
There you go.
I mean, like the meth lab will like pay the house off in like no time. If you manage to not blow it up. But you'll probably pay it off in no time.
I want to find the other one that was a garage for sale that they were selling as a house.
I'm waiting for the moment where storage units start going, being like, you can live here for an extra $50 a month. Like,
oh, and I started watching Yellowstone. I'm like 2 episodes in.
Oh, that's great, isn't it?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This one's actually a little nicer. I wouldn't mind this one. But again, $300,000 needs work. How many square feet is this? 680. So this is a little bit bigger. Plus you got a carport and a little backyard with a garage, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, if you're like a young married couple or just a single person, you know, I think that's fine. But if you ever plan on having kids or anything, you know, a family, which builds a society, then you need to upgrade, you know.
$300,000.
Jeez.
You grow weed back there, maybe pay for some of it.
Yeah.
I actually like that garage. I know it's like shitty looking. It's got stuff like on the walls everywhere that makes it cluttery, but it's nice and long. You can park a car in there and still have like a work area at the end.
You could also fit a couple motorcycles in there in a car in a work area,
Right.
I think. Yeah.
Right, the garage almost makes this worth it because then you have a carport to park your car, and then you have a garage to do like cool stuff in. Put some insulation and a heater. You could actually use that as like maybe not living space, but definitely workspace during the winter.
Apparently, there's some gunshots going off outside, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Shit,
Yeah,
man.
Denver's been having a lot of problems with that lately too, to be honest.
It's too cold to be shooting. Shit. It's 15 degrees right now.
It's
Shit.
got a bigger kitchen than me, and you got a washer and dryer in the kitchen too. I don't know. I don't mind a small place. I just can't abide spending that much money for a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 680 square foot tiny house in East Denver.
Yeah. No thanks. Yeah. It's that's
How much would it cost? 'Cause, like, you're into building shit, right? Like, how much would it cost from start to finish, I guess, for like a small house if you already have the plot of land and everything?
if you're gonna just like kind of do a kit house, which is something I'm planning on doing, I'm inheriting property, A kit house right now, the lumber prices are kind of fucked it up because of 2020, but it's about like $80,000 to build it. A kit house, an A-frame kit house. That's
This
two.
guy?
No, they're more like the complete triangle. But kinda. It's like just put A-frame kit house. It's like the second picture, I think.
This guy?
Yeah. It's about $80,000. The specific one I want to do. So it's about 80 to 100K. But like, the one I want to do isn't like I'm gonna use a lot of recycled material. It's just a bi-level like that one, and yeah, it's most of it.
Yeah.
It's prefab stuff.
Honestly, like A-frames are nice. Like I grew up in an A-frame house. It was a little bit bigger than this, and like it had kind of like a box base to it, so it had like a third level. But other than that, it was about the same.
Yeah, and since I'm inheriting property and I know how to build stuff, and I can. Yeah, it's when you do it in the mountains though, the foundation is a little bit different than you would do like in most other places, like here, where I'd be doing it. You have to do caissons. You have to do drill down caissons as opposed to a complete foundation. That encompasses the whole thing. Basically, your house is on stilts that go into basically concrete pillars into the earth.
So can we hire you to build the Church of Night Strike?
Sure.
Okay.
I got guys. I know guys who'd be totally down to join the commune.
I mean, there's 6 acres of land that's in the family that I could build a house on if I wanted to. Like, they would give me permission. No one would complain about it or whatever. They just give it to me to do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, it's not like there's utilities there.
Yeah. So you would like what I'm gonna do is actually install a septic tank and system. There is water. There is a spring actually on the property. So water rights. I have to talk to my uncle about it, but because he's the one who's basically I'm inheriting his property and also my grandpa's property. Anyway, long story about that, but. Anyway, so the water rights and mineral rights are something that we're kind of working through. Now, if he does actually have access to the water rights, then I can actually do a well and have water, as opposed to actually doing a tank, which is, obviously far more expensive. And you know how dry it is in Colorado to do rain collection or snow, water collection is impossible because it's down in Buena Vista area.
Buena Vista.
Yeah.
About to say, do you have that stupid law where they say you can't collect rainwater?
Yeah, they actually do.
Yeah.
In Colorado.
Yeah.
The land that my brother-in-law owns is outside of Conifer, somewhere.
Okay.
And actually, like, he bought it back in the day for a couple of grand. I think that the same 6 acres of land now is worth like 20 or 30. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I mean Conifer's actually, it's an upcoming area for people who are trying to escape Denver. That's been the big thing. Like a lot of my bigger jobs I've been working on, driving out so far, has been because of a lot of, people who are wealthy who are in the metro area, like just the Front Range, not even in Denver proper, but they're like, they don't need it. They're like they're done, so they just want to live quietly out in the mountains, in mountain towns. So
I really like the Deckers area too. If you've ever been down there.
Oh yeah,
that's where I usually go shooting. Is outside of Deckers.
Oh nice. If you
a bunch of public land that it's legal to shoot on, you can just kind of go off into the woods and get off the road a little bit and set up a target and do what you want.
Oh yeah. If you go north, so in between Blackhawk and Central City, it's called Devil's Nose. The shooting area is shut down, but that's where I would go. It used to be just open public shooting in the mountains. So yeah.
Like up here?
Yeah. So if you just if you could, since you're on Google Maps, just type in Devil's Nose shooting range. It was just a free. That's what. Yeah. I couldn't even. But that's where we used to go as kids. But they shut it down because people never cleaned it up. But it used to be just a free place to drive up.
Yeah.
That's it.
You ever been to the free public shooting range in Dillon?
No, I have not.
It's like a NRA built, supported shooting range that's free to the public that you go to. that has like no oversight at all and 1 million people there. It was like the most dangerous fucking shit.
Oh man,
Like going down range to change your target, and all of a sudden someone's shooting. You're like, cold range. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
God.
So you said that
like,
you need like a bright hunter's vest on when you go down range.
Oh my God, dude.
Right, you need to wear an orange vest.
It was cool, but it also was scary as fuck. It wasn't that cool.
I gotta tell you though, the best one is near Walden, because I've been there several times because I like to go camping over at State Forest State Park. And there's a free shooting range. It's maintained by the Boy Scouts actually, and it's an NRA shooting range, but no one's ever there because everyone it's just because it's the middle of nowhere and no one knows kind of where it is. But yeah, it's just near Walden, in between Walden and State Forest State Park.
And here's where the Killdozer dude was.
Marvin Heemeyer.
Nice.
Yeah. Not too far away. It's like, here I am. Here that is. It's like an hour and a half, hour and 20.
And how did you help him out again? Can you remind us?
I just gave him technical advice, you know.
Okay.
That was just funny because the governor, Bill Owens, at the time wanted to call in. He wanted to call in the National Guard to do a helicopter strike on him. Because he was all panicked on the phone. It was like because 7 News or whatever was like covering it, and they were on the phone with him. It was just, yeah.
Have you ever been to Dragon Man's?
Oh God, yeah. That place is amazing. He's expanding it right now.
Again. Apparently, they just added like a whole new building of shit.
Dude, if you go, I want to go. Yeah, that'll be. Shoot some machine guns. Look at all this awesome military stuff. It's great.
Where is it exactly?
Well, he has his own road.
I knew I was close. Yeah, like this whole facility is awesome.
Yeah.
And you come in and like here, I think this is his house. His house is somewhere on site. And then right next to it is like the fucking, this is the museum. No, wait, I think this is the gun store. And then this is his house over here. Okay, yeah, this is his house.
Yeah.
And then this whole fucking thing is just full of everything that you could possibly want to see Militaria. Doesn't look like as big as it is, but it's huge.
Well, and then he has that garage with all those amazing cars and military vehicles, but like all those hot rods and motorcycles, like, he's just.
And then like the shooting ranges are just insane. Like, hey, let's go shoot some cars. Okay, cool. Hey, come over here. There's other stuff. Okay, cool. Oh, you want to ride dirt bikes? We got dirt bike paths too, if you want to do that. And some of these are for paintballs. They have like big paintball matches that you can do, like paintball wars. Like this would be the place to spend like a weekend, you know?
I think he needs to get a hotel up there. Or an RV
Or
park.
a honeymoon.
Well, there's a RV park like right down the street too.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, so if you have an RV, you can just park your RV there and fucking have it serviced and everything. And yeah, this is it. You just pull it up there and fucking have it for a little while, and then drive up the road and go to Dragon Man.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Go machine gun shooting. Oh.
But he was saying, okay, so he owns everything from, I think it's this corner to this line, all the way up to here, maybe. I don't know, maybe not, maybe to here. He owns a big fucking chunk of land. He said he bought it for $1,000.
Oh,
damn!
But this was back in like 1982 or something.
So yeah, it was before the explosion happened. Yeah.
I mean, like even $1,000 in 1982 was still cheap.
Yeah, I mean, you got to build everything on it. It was just a piece of land then, you know?
Right.
Well, fuck me. We talked about enough stuff, I think. What do you guys think? Time to shut her down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I was gonna send you the link in a in a message to show you the property I was talking about.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so there it is. Just send it to you in
All
Discord.
right, guys. Well, we will be back tomorrow night for a little Gay Frog action. So we'll see you then. Gay Frog chat's usually hour and a half, 2 hour chats, so not quite as long as Late Night with E Honda, but we're usually a little bit more targeted in the discussion as to the topics. But that being said, we'll see you guys tomorrow night, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. We'll see you then. Peace out.
Peace.